Section 0 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy. Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur by Omar KHAYYÁM. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 0. Introduction and Preface. The Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur, translated from the Persian into English verse, including quatrains now for the first time so rendered, by Eben Francis Thompson, with an introduction by Nathan Haskell Dole. Privately printed, 1906. Introduction. Since most foreign words, especially those expressing abstract qualities, cannot be adequately represented each by any one exact equivalent, it is evident that no translation of a masterpiece can be perfectly satisfactory. That is why so many are stimulated to keep trying to make an advance in accuracy, in felicity of phrase, in form, over the translations that have already been offered to the public. Thus in Homer we find the version in rhymed couplets, in blank verse, in ballad form, in hexameters, in rhythmic prose, in Spenserian stanzas, and the student will find in each successive attempt to represent the original something to praise and something to blame. The ideal can never be attained, because one language can never be another language. 100 persons may try to put into English verse an ode of Horace, or such a lyrical gem as Heine's Du bist wie eine Blume, but in each case the crux will arise in such a phrase as simplex munditiis, or in such a word as Wehmut, which do not mean quite what the lexicon attempts to give as the definition. This may be said with even more emphasis of Oriental works, where a far more subtle connotation is inherent in word and combination of words. It has been unfortunate that the majority of those who have attempted to translate Arabian and Persian poetry have not been poets. They have laboured to show the Western world what treasures were stored away in the Haft Kulzum and other marvellous compilations, in divans made up of vividly coloured rubaiyat, in ghazals and epilogues, but as soon as they laid hand on the gorgeous coloured fabric, the magic vanished, just as in dichromic minerals, where there is beautiful translucency or exquisite colour viewed in one direction, but muddy opacity viewed in another. Those bald and frigid translations have their value, but they merely prepare the way for the true poet-interpreter to come. Until Fitzgerald gave us his immortal paraphrase, no one would have suspected from the dull and lifeless specimens of Omar's verse that may be found scattered here and there through the misrepresented literature of the Orient, that the astronomer-poet was worthy of a moment's attention. Fitzgerald's eyes were opened, and although his knowledge of Persian was neither very wide nor very deep, he had the genius to detect the marvellous poetry concealed in the crabbed manuscripts of the Bodleian and Calcutta libraries. He can be hardly said to have translated Omar's quatrains. So much of himself and his own thought he infused into his work, but nevertheless one cannot doubt that if the tent-maker were to return to earth and become cognizant of what had been done, he would have marked it with the seal of his approval. He would have said, "This is an interpretation. It is I." Of course, the nearer a translation approaches the form, or gives the impression of the melody of the original, the more satisfactory it is, and John Payne's attempt to render the quatrains in the lilting measure and with the wealth of complicated rhymes characteristic of the original would have been in the right direction, had the English language been adapted for such a tour de force. Unfortunately, in order to accomplish this, the translator was obliged to resort to grotesque transpositions and combinations of words, and the first requisite of a translation was largely sacrificed. English words took the place of the high-sounding parlez-vous, but the compound was not English, and the attempt was valuable, if for nothing else, to show how impossible the task. Many translations of Omar have been put forth since Fitzgerald's paraphrase was launched on the sea of popularity, and most of them have followed his modest course, in copying simply the arrangement of rhyme and using the plain iambic pentameter, and this unanimity of procedure is based on sound common sense. It gives ample scope for felicity of phrase, and is in exact accord with the genius of the English language. Mr. Eben Francis Thompson, the latest adventurer on this wide sea of exploration, has come back with a richer cargo than any who have preceded him, unless, and this is quite improbable, some new manuscript source should be discovered. He has swept into the whole range of poems attributed to Omar Khayyám. No one knows better than Mr. Thompson how considerable a proportion of this material is imitation and not original. There is no known test, no known touchstone of style or content, or chirography or tradition, or anything to which a rubai attributed to this poet may be applied and labelled. It is almost wholly guesswork, and unfortunately, just as the English version of Fitzgerald lends itself most readily to parody, so the original is verse so admirably adapted to expression of thought and feeling that its form is typical. It is therefore probable that there are numerous serious parodies in Persian which might well have been written by Omar, and yet which arose centuries after his body had crumbled to dust under the yellow roses of Meshed. Mr. Thompson has put into English verse this whole body of Persian poetry. It is a marvel of close translation, accurate and satisfactory. He has succeeded in doing exactly what he set out to add nothing and to take nothing away, but to put into the typical quatrain, as determined by Fitzgerald and others, exactly what Omar and his unknown imitators said. He has taken infinite time, patience, and pains to do this work, and it was well worth doing. The manifold repetitions and replicas, differing from one another only by a few words or a line, found in the variant manuscripts, he has relegated to the footnotes, but the body of the book contains all the Omaresque literature. It has been a labour of love, absorbing and fascinating, and yet endlessly trying, and at last it is accomplished and is given to the large body of Omar lovers. Not in any way to compete with or rival Fitzgerald's unique masterpiece, but to interpret that, and to show what Omar was beyond and beside that. Fitzgerald's version is no more definitely Omar than any other divan of verses attributed to him. Some of them may be, most of them probably were not, but they are all penetrated by the spirit and philosophy of the tent-maker, witty, cynical, occasionally pessimistic, imbued with true Oriental fatalism, but brave and wholesome if properly understood. Mr. Thompson has given us the chance to read what Omar and his school really thought and said, and he has put this into a satisfactory form also, with much aptness of phrase and beauty of expression. As such, it is worthy of commendation to all lovers of Omar. Nathan Haskell Dole. Preface. Omar Khayyám was born in the first half of the 11th century AD at or near Nishapur, in the province of Khorasan, Persia, and died 1123 AD, 517 AH. The precise date of his birth is a matter of conjecture, but it probably occurred in the period from 1030 to 1040 AD, although some accounts make him a schoolfellow of Hassan ibn Ali, better known as Nizam-ul-Mulk, born, it is believed, in 1017 AD, and of Hassan-i-Sabah, who died 1124 AD. If these accounts be correct, Omar lived to the age of 106 years, and Hassan-i-Sabah died at 107, a circumstance so remarkable that it stands not within the prospect of belief. We are compelled at the same time to dismiss the tale of the schoolboy compact told in Fitzgerald's introduction, however reluctantly, since it seems that the Wasaya or testament giving the account was not written by Nizam-ul-Mulk, but by a descendant some 12 generations after. But whatever the doubts as to the exact date of Omar's birth, he probably reached old age, though the verse in Quatrain 467, "100 years thy grace hath fostered me," must be taken rather as an exaggeration of poetry than as a sober statement of fact. In Quatrain 20 he says, 72 years I've pondered day and night, and in Quatrain 771, "My life's reached 70 years, if I do not rejoice this moment, Ah, when shall I, pray? And elsewhere makes allusions to his age, so that, if the quatrains have weight in determining the question, Omar outlived the psalmist's span. It is reasonable to suppose that he had passed the age of 30 when, in 1074 A.D. 467 A.H., according to two authorities, Ibn ul-Atir and Abul Fayda, Omar was appointed upon a royal commission of 8 persons by Malik Shah to reform the old Persian calendar. During this term of office, which continued until the death of the latter in 1092 A.D., he compiled the astronomical tables known as Zij-i-Malik Shahi. Omar's reform of the calendar consisted in ascertaining more exactly the length of the solar year and an improved system of intercalation. If the statement of mathematicians is correct, it is a strange commentary upon the era in which we live, the age of precision, that the calendar which contents us should be less accurate than that of the old astronomer of Khorasan 8 centuries ago. The province of Khorasan, situated in north-eastern Persia, and which has been characterized with more flippancy than truth as being, in Omar's day, a half-barbarous province, was one of the richest divisions of the kingdom at that time, and formed the nucleus of the expanding empire conquered by the Seljuk Turks, Togrul Beg and his brother and Lieutenant Shakir from the Ghaznavids, about the middle of the 11th century of our era. Shakir died in 1060 A.D. and Togrul 3 years later, and was succeeded by Alp Arslan, his nephew, under whom and his successor, Malik Shah, the empire attained the highest degree of prosperity and splendour. Khorasan, aptly called the Land of the Sun, by reason of its mild climate and generally fertile and productive soil, was the very heart of this material and intellectual uprising, and Nishapur, its largest city, the birthplace of the poet, was one of the great cities of the Orient, the centre of a prosperous activity well named the Gateway of the East, lying as it did directly upon the caravan route from India. The city, one of the oldest of Persia, was a centre of learning as well as of trade, having no less than 8 colleges, while its population was variously estimated as from 200,000 to 400,000 inhabitants. Alas, today the mountain-girt plain, where once stood the magnificent city, is covered by stretches of ruins, amid which cluster the meagre dwellings of less than 10,000 souls. It is perhaps not wholly a matter of surprise that Persian civilization of Omar's time should be misunderstood today, for too frequently we forget that then, when Europe was but just emerging from her long night of intellectual darkness, Persia was the very focus of a civilization equalling any that the world had then known. Omar's poetical works were probably occasional rather than formal, and most of his known writings treated of scientific subjects. They are as follows: 1. Rubaiyat, quatrains. 2. Demonstrations of the problems of algebra. 3. Some difficulties of Euclid's definitions. 4. Zij-i-Malik Shahi, astronomical tables. 5. Handbook of Natural Science, title not known. 6. El-Kawn wal-Taklif, metaphysics. 7. El-Wajud, metaphysics. 8. Mizan-ul-Hukum, scientific. 9. Lawazim-ul-Amkina, natural science. 10. Demonstration of the exactitude of the Indian methods of extracting square and cube roots. 11. Arabic poems. The first 3 of the above we have, the others are only known to us by name. Much of his philosophy was of a nature to challenge the hostility of the orthodox Mussulman, and his manuscripts were doubtless the object of the destructive zeal of the pious. It is small wonder, then, that the reputation of the poet was obscured by that of the astronomer and mathematician, and that the seeds of his poetry and philosophy should have lain dormant in the dust of 8 centuries, hidden, save to the few, only to germinate and spring up in renewed vigour and grace of flower, fragrance, and fruitage under western skies, sweet in the main, but with an occasional bitterness and pungency most stimulating. Edward Fitzgerald's brilliant paraphrase of less than 1/10 of Omar's quatrains was the first work which gave to English readers some knowledge of and aroused an interest in him as a poet and philosopher. Fitzgerald's wide departure from the text of his Persian original, while amply justified by the splendour of the result, had nevertheless an influence upon subsequent translators, so that with the exception of Mr. Edward Heron Allen's prose literal translation of the Bodleian and other Fitzgerald originals, some 200 quatrains in all, no version of any considerable number of quatrains hitherto published has been uniformly literal or close. The translations of Mr. Winfield, Mr. Garner, and Mrs. Cadell, which deal with a portion of the quatrains, are highly poetic but free versions. In characterizing them as free, I do not desire to be regarded as implying that they do not interpret the spirit of the original, or that in many instances they do not render with fidelity its letter, but rather that reverence for the Persian text has been often made secondary to the poetical beauty of the English version. Mr. John Payne has made a version containing a larger number of quatrains than the others. Mr. Payne has necessarily subordinated other considerations in attempting to reproduce the metrical scheme of the original, and, as far as the nature of the case admits, he has succeeded in doing this in a manner impossible to a less accomplished Persian Arabic scholar than he. A strictly literal translation of Khayyám is hardly possible, for the reason that there is no received text, and the verbal variations are so numerous. A metrical version seems to be essential. I have attempted to make a translation which, while not literal at every point, may be said to be rather along the lines of close rather than of free translation. I have followed, save in a few instances, the iambic pentameter used and made popular by Fitzgerald. The length of this line corresponds more closely to the Persian rubai line than perhaps any other. The rubai, quatrain, or 4-line stanza has from 10 to 13 syllables in a line and rhymes in the first, second, and fourth lines, and occasionally in all four. Each rubai constitutes a complete and distinct poem in itself, and in this form is purely a Persian invention. I have in all cases endeavoured to give the essential meaning of the original, but where metrical considerations have compelled paraphrase or departure from its letter, I have generally given a literal translation in a corresponding footnote. No complete version has hitherto appeared. I have included all the quatrains in the various manuscripts and published texts cited elsewhere, so that this translation comprises a large number of quatrains not hitherto translated into English. In the case of variant readings, I have adopted that which seemed to me best, giving in the footnote all important variations, and since the translation is not accompanied by a Persian text, no necessity exists for following the arbitrary divan order or alphabetical sequence of rhyme endings, and as each quatrain is a separate poem, I have not grouped them in accordance with the subject matter, but have rather striven to emphasize their individuality as in the original. The minor and obscure quatrains, some of which have been given merely for completeness, I have placed in an appendix. In translating them I have dealt with them somewhat more freely than with the others, as one source of their obscurity or triviality is the delight of the Oriental mind in subtleties which we of the West may not always appreciate. I have, in some instances, endeavoured to indicate the word-play of the original, but most of it is utterly untranslatable, and the instances given are merely by way of illustration of an interesting feature of Persian poetry. The quatrains may be classified in relation to their subject matter as follows: the Bahariyah, poems in praise of spring or nature; the Firakiyah, where the poet complains of separation from the beloved; the Hajj, or satires; the Halya or Shikaya-i Ruzgar, complaints against fate for the wretched condition of the poet; Kufriyah, where the poet slanders the Prophet, praises wine, or uses expressions hostile to the law; Sharas-Hob, an invective against the inhabitants of a town; Munajat, addresses to deity. Any attempt to epitomize the character of Khayyám as shown in his writings would be a difficult task, so varied and contradictory are the quatrains. Written at different periods, covering a long life, they doubtless often express his passing mood. Possessing that quality of universality which is characteristic of the highest genius, he has been claimed by all the sects. Nicolas hails him as a mystic, and places upon his eternal hymning of the grape a mystic interpretation, claiming that Omar sang of wine as typifying divine love rather than the cup. The truth, which loves a golden mean, doubtless lies between these two extremes, for while Omar often used the word in its most literal sense, many of the quatrains can be most justly interpreted mystically. The fact is that Omar was the laureate of good fellowship, and sings oft times what less gifted mortals feel, but do not seem to have the power to express. And one of his great fascinations lies in the fact that from across 8 centuries we seem to hear in him a voice which sounds the protest of today, and that is one of the reasons for the high popularity which his writings have attained. His strong human sympathy and audacity in dealing with theological dogma, no less than the keenness of his wit and the bitterness of his mockery, also tended to his popularity. He who attempts to make a complete translation of the poems must necessarily include many that are inferior, and it would be strange if, in dealing as this work does with more than 1100 different quatrains, a considerable number, trivial and obscure, were not included. It should be said that Omar followed but the custom of his age, and that wine was as much an accepted theme for Oriental poets as spring or love, and that very likely the preponderance of such quatrains is in a measure due to the additions of later scribes and imitators. So too of Omar's invectives. It should be borne in mind that he lived at a time of bitter religious controversy, and that his attacks were not so much directed at religion itself as at the hypocrisy of the mollahs and at formalism in religion. In addition to the obligation which every student of Persian is under to those who have preceded him, my especial thanks are due to Mr. Nathan Haskell Dole for his generous interest in and examination of my manuscript, to Professor William E. Story of Clark University, to Mr. Charles D. Burridge, who has placed at my disposal certain texts and authorities, and to Dr. Lewis N. Wilson, librarian of Clark University, who has generously loaned to me copies of otherwise inaccessible texts. After my translation had been completed, I availed myself of the services of Mirza Ali Kuli Khan, who assisted me in the matter of variant and preferred readings, and I desire to express my obligations to him. I am also indebted to the work of Dr. Arthur Christensen of the University of Copenhagen for some of my references. Worcester, Massachusetts, September 16th, 1906. End of section 0.
Section 1 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur by Omar Khayyám. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 1. Quatrains 1 to 101. Let not your soul in sorrow's clasp be pressed, nor let your days be filled with vain unrest. The book, the loved one's lips, and marge of mead forsake not, ere earth fold you in her breast. I'll counsel give, if you will list to me. Don not the garment of hypocrisy. This life is but a breath, the next all time. For that one breath sell not eternity. Drink wine, for when to dust your body turns, your clay becomes thereafter cups and urns. Of hell or heaven reck not, for pray why should a wise man be deceived in such concerns? No night my cry doth not reach Gemini, that my tears' current flows not to the sea. After tomorrow sayest I'll drink with thee, life e'en that morrow may not reach for me. This vase like me a hapless lover pined, in snares of beauty's tresses once confined. This handle on its neck, you see, was once an arm oft round the loved one's neck entwined. On that day when the good rewards receive, may I, a suppliant sot, a share derive. Let the fates count me with the good, if good, or with the bad, if bad, may they forgive. So go about, that men salute thee near, with folk live, that from comment they forbear. So enter mosques, that they ne'er summon thee in front, nor thee appoint to lead in prayer. Whose heart soever love lights, whether he the mosque attend or church frequenter be, hath his name written in the book of love, from thought of paradise or hell set free. The idol spoke thus to the devotee: Dost thou know how thou camest to worship me? Through me his beauty hath he caused to shine, who, O my witness, vision gives to thee. Where in yon palace Bahram wine cup pressed, the roe bears young, the lion oft takes rest. King Bahram, who in noose oft caught the gur, see how the gur hath Bahram caught at last. Since long in earth you'll sleep, the goblet drain, for far from friend, mate, consort you'll remain. Take care this secret you do not reveal, no withered tulip ever blooms again. O thou, whose cheeks surpass the eglantine, whose lovely face outvies the maids of Chin, thy one glance, given my fond king yestereen, moved knight and bishop, castle, pawns, and queen. Life's caravan moves on in mystery. Seize then the joyous moments as they fly. Why fret, boy, o'er the morrow of thy friends? Bring forth the cup, for night is hastening by. To him who o'er his sins doth easy seem, let pious people make this point their theme. To say God's wisdom is the cause of sin, to men of sense seems ignorance extreme. Zealots know not, as we, thy clemency. The stranger, as the friend, cannot know thee. Thou say'st, if thou sin, I'll cast thee to hell. Tell that to him who knows not thee as we. Though creeds some 72 there be, the first of creeds I hold is love of thee. What of obedience, Islam, unfaith, sin? Thou'rt all my aim, the rest be far from me. Last night, wine flown, the tavern passing, I a greybeard drunk and jar on back did spy. I said, Old man, for God have you no shame? From God comes mercy, drink, was his reply. The sun flings morning's noose o'er dome and tower. Day's king Kosaru wine in the bowl doth pour. Drink, for the rising herald of the morn, greeting the day, proclaims the dawning hour. Arise and come, for my heart's solace, pray this state of doubt with thy charm take away, and bring a jug of wine that we may drink, ere potters fashion wine jars from our clay. Destiny's curtain none can penetrate, nor learn the hidden mysteries of fate. 72 years I've pondered day and night, nor solve aught. Long the tale were to relate. I drink my wine, for men like me of sense, in God's sight 'tis of little consequence. He knew it at the first. If I drink not, sheer ignorance would be God's prescience. O Khaja, grant us one wish, only one. Be still, with our affairs with God have done. We walk aright, 'tis you who see awry. Go you and cure your sight, leave us alone. Heaven whispered to my spirit secretly, the fixed decrees of fate learn thou from me. If I in my own turnings had a hand, myself from dizziness I'd have set free. A cup? For he who did this clay combine, of love and drink on our heads wrote the line. With beauties and with wine the world is filled, but only promised are heaven's maids and wine. Wash me with grape juice when life ebbs away, and parting words with wine and wine cups say. If me ye'd find on resurrection morn, in dust of taverns' thresholds seek my clay. Since no one can the morrow guarantee, to-day this woeful heart make glad in thee. Drink wine in moonlight, O moon, for the moon will shine full often, nor find thee nor me. Love, though a curse, is made so by God's sway, then why should God his blight upon us lay? Since good and bad are creatures of his will, why for his slaves hath he a reckoning day? Cup-bearer, bowl and wine by marge of dell are heaven enough for me and thee as well. Hear not from any talk of hell or heaven, for who e'er came from heaven or went to hell? Who brings thee to me wrapped at close of day? Who leads thee from the harem on thy way? To him who in thine absence burns as fire, when leaps the wind, who brings thee to me, pray? I know not of the heavens' turning aught, nor save by spite of fortune am I taught. And when I ponder on my own affairs, a lifetime passeth and yet I know naught. Do thou charm every heart with wooing art, and gain at court a friend to take thy part. 100 Kabahs equal not one heart, why seek the Kabah? Rather gain a heart. Though hue and fragrance their delights bestow, my form as cypress, cheeks as tulips show. I know not wherefore my artificer arrays me thus in earth's abode of woe. Love is chief volume of the world of thought, the burden of youth's song with love is fraught. Learn then this point, that life, in truth, is love, O thou who of the world of love know'st naught. Whene'er the cup of wine in hand I drain, and lost in drink to ecstasy attain, I do 100 wonders of all sorts, verse flows like water from my fiery brain. To-day is but a breath, so drink pure wine. Once gone, thou'lt ne'er find this life of thine. Be lost in drink both day and night, since thou know'st well the world to ruin doth incline. The rose said, nothing with my face can vie, yet as rose-water crushed at last am I. Count every day you laugh as 'twere a year, the nightingale did fittingly reply. What time of halting here falls to our share, yields nothing save anxiety and care. Alas, that not one problem solved we go, and that 1,000 griefs at heart we bear. From wine-house haunt came voice ere rise of sun, Ho, tavern lounger, mad besotted one, up, that the measure we may fill with wine, or ere for us the measure fate o'errun. Prosper, 'tis not because of thee 'twas planned, fail, it is not thy lacking, understand. Bow thee to fate, submit and live content, the world's nor good nor ill at thy command. Be lovers aye enwrapped in fantasy, distraught, dishonored, touched with lunacy. Sober we fret and fume o'er everything, but drunk say, let whatever will be, be. For God's sake, in this house of vanities, with what hope sets his heart on wealth the wise? Whene'er he wishes to sit down to rest, Death grasps him by the hand and bids him rise. That fair for whom my heart hath longing vain, herself forlorn, some other doth enchain. Where shall I seek a balm to ease my pain, since my physician sick herself is ta'en? The Koran, though as words sublime read o'er, men sometimes on its page, but not long, pore. There is a bright verse in the cup's lines, for within men everywhere read evermore. If you drink not, at sots take no offence. Did God give grace, I would show penitence. You drink not, you commit 100 deeds that make my tippling boyish innocence. O you, come hot from that soul world below, amazed amid what 5, 4, 6, 7 show. Drink wine, for whence you come you do not know. Rejoice, you know not whither you will go. Where is the smoke of our fire here, O pray? Where profit of our stock in trade's array? To him who, tavern haunter, me doth call, O where in truth here is the tavern, say? One wine draught to earth's kingdom doth compare, and to 1,000 lives the lid of jar. The cloth with which one wipes wine from the lips is worth the scarfs 1,000 preachers wear. Why grieve so much at worldly envy, pray? Have you e'er seen the man who lives for aye? This one breath in your body is a loan, with which you should live ready to repay. So far as lies in you, cause no one pain, lest any you inflame, your wrath restrain. If you desire to have eternal peace, though vexed, from wronging any man refrain. O thou, whose love and wrath made all that be, and heaven and hell through all eternity. Thou hast thy court in heaven, and I have naught. Why then in heaven is there no way for me? I'll drink so much wine that its sweet bouquet Shall, when 'neath earth I go, rise from the clay, That when some reveller passes o'er my dust, Drunk from my wine fumes he shall reel away. The fish to duck in droughty season said, What if the stream should run back in its bed? When you and I are roasted, quoth the duck, What matters stream, what mirage, once we're dead? To this lost haunt with wine and love we fare, And pledge for drink, soul, heart, cup, raiment there, And quit of mercy's hope and fear of law. We're freed from earth and water, fire and air. Since all is unsubstantial as the air, And naught save loss and ruin, whatsoe'er exists in this world, think doth not exist, and what on earth is not, imagine there. From doubt to certainty is but a breath from unfaith's halting place to faith. This precious breath then do you cherish, for life's sum is but a breath from birth to death. O heaven's wheel, ruin is thine ill behest, Thine ancient custom ever has oppressed. O earth, if ere thy bosom they should bear, Full many a valued gem would deck thy breast. O thou, for me of all earth set apart, More sweet to me than eyesight, soul, and heart. There's naught more dear than life, O idol, Yet 100 times more dear to me thou art. This 2 or 3 days' lifetime passeth on, Like mountain stream or desert blast 'tis flown. Still there are 2 days that I reckon not, The day to come, and that already gone. That precious ruby's from another mine, That single pearl doth bear another sign. The thought of this and that is vain conceit, Love's tale hath other tongue than mine or thine. When showers of spring the tulip's cheeks o'erflow, arise and to the wine cup haste to go. For this green where thou sportest to day, perchance, on some near morrow from thy dust may grow. Now 'tis young manhood's season I design, since it makes glad my heart to quaff my wine. Chide not the grape, though bitter yet 'tis sweet, 'tis bitter since it is this life of mine. O heart, since 'tis your fate that blood must flow, your state each moment change must undergo, what brought you, soul, into my body, since the end of all your strife is forth to go? To day is thine, the morrow's not for thee, thy care for morrows naught but grief will be. Nor waste this breath if thy soul's not distraught, for what remains of life will quickly flee. To wine submissive we the head incline, and pledge our souls its laughing lip to join. So our cup-bearer turns the flagon's throat, so sparkles from cup's lip the soul of wine. Knock not in vain at each door in your way, with worldly good and ill contented stay. Whate'er the number on the dice of fate, from this fierce cup that falls you needs must play. From zephyrs, when my heart thy fragrance takes, it seeks and grasps thy nature, me forsakes. And now there comes no thought to it of me, for thy centane its own thy nature makes. The day and night were long ere thou or I, or on its wheeling course revolved the sky. Ah, softly set thy foot upon this dust, 'twas once the apple of some beauty's eye. The idle house is as the mosque a shrine, and chime of striking bells service divine. Gueber's belt, church, and rosary, and cross, each is in truth of worshipping a sign. Fate's marks upon the tablet still remain, as first, the pen unmoved by bliss or bane. In fate whate'er must be it did ordain, to grieve or to resist is all in vain. Delights of both worlds revellers' bowls confine, the sun eterne in moonlit cups doth shine. The secret hidden in creation's soul, if it you'd know, bides in a glass of wine. I cannot to both good and bad unfold my secret, nor may long tales soon be told. I am unable to explain my state, or to reveal the secret that I hold. With us base coins we no more current keep, a broom our pleasure house of such doth sweep. A sage forth from the tavern comes and cries, drink wine, since for long ages ye must sleep. To change the written scroll there is no power, and grieving only makes your heart bleed sore. Though anguish all your life consume your blood, you cannot add to it one drop the more. Naught save submission to God's will below, naught with mankind except pretence and show avails. Yea, every ruse that wit could find I vainly tried, but fate could ne'er o'erthrow. My kin's my foe if he against me sin, the stranger proving faith becomes my kin. If poison help me, 'tis my antidote, my poison then is baneful medicine. No heart but bleeds at severance from thee, for thee distraught are all who clearly see. And though thou heedest not any man's desire, there's none that longeth not with thee to be. Seek I the calendar's mad tavern train, nor aught but wine, loved one, and music's strain. Nor cup from hand, nor jar from shoulder set. Drink wine, O sweetheart, nor hold discourse vain. When God of clay and water us did need, at fate's blows suppliants he made us indeed. Still why forbid us wine? An empty hand is all the prohibition that we need. Those who the head did in death's slumber lay, question and answer 'scape till judgment day. How long say, none bring back news from the dead? What news should they give back, since naught know they? From mirth while I am sober I am freed, when I am drunk good sense I sadly need. There is a state 'twixt drunk and sober quite, I am its slave since 'tis my life indeed. The framework of the cup he did unite, to break in rage how should God deem it right? So many comely heads, feet, hands, and arms, shaped by what love, and broke in what despite. Upon a roof I saw a man alone, trampling some clay in scorn. In mystic tone the clod besought the man, "Be gentle, pray, for thou, like me, wilt be much trampled on." As tulip in the spring her cup lifts, so with tulip cheeked fair, if chance serve, do you, and drink in gladness, ere yon azure sphere, like whirlwind, suddenly doth lay you low. I will arise, intent pure wine to sip, my cheek's hue make red as the loved one's lip. This busy mind, a fist well filled with wine into its face I'll throw, to make it sleep. Death's fear and mortal thoughts give life to thee, and if not, thence grows life's eternal tree. Since Jesus breathed new life into my soul, eternal death hath washed his hands of me. Since life's affairs move not to our desire, of what avail our efforts, pray inquire. Here sit we haunted by regret for this, we came so late, and must so soon expire. Khayyám, oh why for sin this grief and shame? What gain in mourning thus yourself to blame? He knows not gracious mercy who sins not. Why grieve? It was for sin that mercy came. A cloud veil shadows still the face of rose. Desire for wine my heart and nature knows. Give wine, O sweetheart, for the sun yet shines. Go not to sleep, what time is't for repose? For none is there away behind the veil, who tries to pierce its secrets but doth fail. The only place of rest is earth's dark breast. Alas, that far from short should be the tale. In this vain world, our place of brief sojourn, much have I searched, but this is all I learn. No cypress air can match thy form, no moon as radiant as thy face do I discern. In convent, school, cell, church, whate'er the creed, are those in fear of hell, and heaven in need. But he who knows the mysteries of God, within his heart sows not this fruitless seed. The world thou seest, all's naught that thou dost see, and everything that's said or heard by thee. Thou coursest heaven from pole to pole, 'tis naught, naught all thou hast in thy home's treasury. I dreamt that wisdom came to me and said, in sleep, for none joy's roses petals spread. In life why dost thou mimic death? Arise, for sleep thou must when 'neath earth is thy bed. If as it is the heart life's secrets knew, in death 'twould know the heavenly secrets too. But now that with yourself you nothing know, to-morrow from self parted, what know you? Upon that day when sundered is the sky, and darkened is the stars' bright galaxy, upon the plain I'll seize thy skirt, and cry, for what sin, idol, doom'st thou me to die? Your secrets from all knaves you should conceal, nor should you mysteries to fools reveal. Your hopes you should keep close from all mankind. See you be careful how with men you deal. Saki, since time would shatter me and thee, the world's no resting place for thee and me. Yet so the wine cup stands between us, know we have the truth at hand for certainty. We've spent life pleasure bent mid flowers and wine, yet fortune ne'er supplied one need of mine. Though drink hath not accomplished my desire, ne'er doth the traveller to turn back incline. Set wine in my hand, for my heart's alight, for swift as quicksilver this life takes flight. Know that youth's fire as water is, arise, for fortune's waking is a dream of night. Of this wine drink, for it is life eterne, the source of youthful pleasure, it doth burn like fire, yet drink, for to the well of life the briny tears of sorrow it doth turn. Unfit to mosque or synagogue to go, God only of what clay I'm mixed can know. Like sceptic dervish, or like ugly bawd, no hope have I above, no faith below. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyam, translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 2, Quatrains 102 to 200. My wont is to drink wine, live joyously. My creed, from doubt and dogma to be free. I asked the world bride, tell me what's thy dower? My dowry is thy happy heart, said she. Thy spirit to a house dog's well compares. 'Tis empty clamour that for naught else cares. It has the tiger's rage and wolfish craft. 'Tis fox-like, and it gives the sleep of hares. Each tuft of green the river brims display, as down on angel's lip doth grow, you'd say. Ah, trample not this turf, for every blade springs from some lovely tulip-cheeked one's clay. One wine-draught's better than the realm of Chios, throne of Kobad or heritage of Tus. More worth each sigh the lover breathes at morn, than hypocritic zealots' shouts profuse. Though for my sin I bad and luckless prove, I'll not despair as heathen who do rove from shrine, but on the morn I die from drink, be it heaven or hell, I'll wish wine and my love. A corner and 2 loaves our choice make we. We have put aside earth's pomp and vanity. We have bought poverty with heart and soul. In poverty great riches do we see. If to your tress-tip I do violence, to speak the truth and in no mystic sense, caught in your curl I see my heart distraught. To play with my own heart is no offence. When comes the final day for me and thee, and pure from out the body then pass we, when we're no more, from yon blue dome full oft, the moon will shine on dust of thee and me. All that's not grape juice better to eschew, better one old wine draught than empire new, cups 100 times than realms of Feridun, the wine jar lid than crown of Kai Khosrou. My drinking wine is not for pleasure's sake, nor sin, nor law of God or man to break. An instant ecstasy to gain doth cause my revelling, and me enwrapped doth make. With us the moments drag, thy lovers we, beside themselves, thy mourners pine for thee. When to our window shall thy son return? For more numerous than motes thy longers be. He's doomed to hell, they say, who drinketh wine, a saying 'tis the heart cannot divine. For if all sots and lovers go to hell, heaven will be empty as this palm of mine. O sweetheart, heaven or hell none e'er did see. The man returned from that world, where is he? Our hopes and fears, O heart, arise from what no wise save name or trace appears to be. Wrong in Shaban, they say, 'tis to drink wine. Likewise in Rajab, 'tis a month divine. Since Allah and his Prophet claim these months, through Ramazan I'll drink, for it is mine. From far came one with body foul to see. The shirt he wore of hell's smoke seemed to be. He broke my flask. May his life lack! And then, as this fine wine, so boasting man, said he. Many's the garb of being heaven doth sow each night, and then its breast doth rend in two. Many's the joy and sorrow time each day brings from the waters, bears to earth below. Within the cup that flowing gem of thine, as liquid rubies Saki caused to shine, place, boy, within my hand a stoup well filled, that thus I may revive this soul of mine. Dawn beareth night's dark curtain from the skies. The Magian wine bring quickly, Saki, rise. Then up, for thy sleep will be long enough. Yea, open those sleep-stained Narcissus eyes. The world 'tis called, this ancient hostelry, the piebald resting-place of night and day, the banquet by 100 jamsheds left, the tomb wherein 100 Bahrams lay. Now that joy's roses fairest bloom attain, why from the cup your idle hand restrain? Drink wine, since time is a perfidious foe. It were hard finding such a day again. Again the clouds come and the meads revive. Without red wine I'd not an instant live. This turf that now is my delight, until the grass from my dust joy to whom shall give? To-day's Adina called in common phrase. Drink wine from bowls then, in the wine-cup's place, and if you drink on week-days but one bowl, to-day drink two, for 'tis the chief of days. That wine that's apt in transformation, that's plant form now and animal anon, deem not its essence ever suffers change, itself abides, although its forms be gone. My soul, the past regretting, dwells in woe, the morrow's fears do cleave my heart in two. But once this my existence be set free, fear, anguish, and regret together go. That one on whom you do so much rely, you'll find a foe if you ope wisdom's eye. It were good in this age to choose few friends, holding aloof from people's company. O fool! Naught is this image that man wears, and naught yon vault of 9 party-hued spheres. Be glad that in this house of life and death a breath we hang on, which as naught appears. If there be minstrel houri, wine for thee, and purling steam beside the flowery lea, desire not better, nor fire burnt out hell. There is no heaven beside, if heaven there be. A greybeard, drunk, forth from the inn did fare, wine-cup in hand, bearing a mat for prayer on shoulder. Shake, I cried, how comes this state? Drink wine, quoth he, for worldly things are air. When rapt, the bulbul to the garden flew. Rose faces, smiling wine-cups met his view. Then sang he in mine ear in ecstasy, no, life once flown can ne'er be found by you. Khayyam, a tent thy body typifies, where its sultan, the soul, a brief time lies, and death's farash for its next halting place doth strike this tent when its sultan doth rise. Khayyam, who stitched tents of philosophy, in grief's fire fallen, was burnt suddenly. Death's shears cut his life's tent rope, he was sold for nothing by the broker, destiny. In springtime, if with one as houri fair, to verdant bank with wine-jar I repair, though bad some think it, I were worse than dog if thought of paradise e'er enter there. In joy's cup sweet is wine of rosy ray, and sweet the sound of lute and tuneful lay. The bigot lacking knowledge of the bowl, 'tis sweet when he's 1,000 leagues away. Life far from wine and sake lacketh zest, and wanting Iraq's flute notes 'tis unblest. I find, however, the world's state I survey, the sum of all is pleasure, naught the rest. Since from your soul you separate, then know behind God's secret veil you will go, too. Drink wine, for you know not whence you have come. Be jocund, for you know not where you go. Since go we must, of what avail to be, to plod the path of vain expectancy? Since fate no pause for counsel gives, to rest what boots it from that journey's thought care-free? My lifelong practice is to praise the vine, and round me have the instruments of wine. Zealot, if reason guide thee here, be glad thy master is a pupil apt of mine. If you will tread in passion's steps, know you from me that thence you will go helpless too. Remember who you are and whence you came, consider where you go and what you do. The sky, a vault, spans our worn lives below. Jehun, a course from our strained eyes aflow. Hell is a spark struck by our vain distress, heaven but an instant where content we know. I'm a rebellious slave, thy mercy show, make my dark soul all thy pure light to know. If heaven thou giv'st us for obedience, a wage 'tis, where's the bounty thou'd bestow? I know not whether Allah fashioned me for heaven, or in a horrid hell to be. Cup, lute, and loved one by the garden side, all three my cash. Heaven's credit then for thee. I quaff wine, and from right and left come those who say, drink not wine which doth faith oppose. By Allah, since I know faith's foe is wine, 'tis right that I should drink the blood of foes. The good and evil in man's mortal mould, the joy and grief that fate and fortune hold, impute not to the skies, for reasoned well, more helpless they than thou 1,000-fold. Shields naught avail when by death's arrow pressed, and honours naught, silver and gold possessed. As far as I view worldly things, I see goodness alone is good, and naught the rest. The heart on little set save worldly gain, for life to be regret's weak mate is fain. Besides the mind serene and free from care, all others only hold the seeds of pain. No single day lost from his life hath flown, within whose heart the seed of cheer is sown, whether he seeks obedience to God's will, or cup in hand in ease doth choose his own. When God of our existence shaped the clay, he knew our actions would be as his sway. Without his mandate was no sin of mine, then why doom me to burn on judgment day? A week thou hast drunk wine continually, do not on Friday then put it from thee. In our creed Friday, Saturday are one. God worship, from day worshipping be free. Lord, thou art gracious, grace 'tis to be kind. The sinner forth from Iram why consigned? To pardon for obedience is not grace, in pardon for rebellion grace I find. See that the false world doth not thee ensnare, sit not secure, fate's sword is sharp, take care. If fortune drop a sweetmeat in thy mouth, swallow it not, 'tis poison mixed, beware. Where there is a rose or tulip bed, from some king's blood it takes its hue of red. Each violet leaf that springs from earth was once a mole that decked the cheek of some fair maid. Drink wine, for it is life eterne, in sooth, the fruitage of the season of thy youth. 'Tis time of roses, wine, and mellow friends. Rejoice the while, for this is life in truth. In our hearts, Saki, is sown love of thee, which would keep hidden to eternity. Spread not from pride thy skirt 'gainst worthy prayers, for from it our hand ne'er will loosened be. When they say Huri's nuptials pleasant are, the juice of grapes is pleasant, I aver. Take this cash then, and let that credit go, for pleasant is the drumbeat, heard afar. My spirit whispered, I crave heavenly law. Instruct me then, I beg, if thou hast power. Quoth I, Alif will do, to him who knows one letter is enough, seek thou no more. Since coming at the first was naught of mine, and I unwilling go by fixed design, cupbearer rise, and quickly gird thy loins. for worldly sorrows I'll wash down in wine. How long shall I make bricks upon the sea? Idolater and temple weary me. Who says Khayyám in hell is sure to be? Sometimes to hell, sometimes to heaven goes he. Spring's breath the rose's face doth sweetly woo, a charmer's face makes sweet the garden too. To talk of yesterday were sad. Rejoice, to-day is sweet. Of past days speak not you. What place is this for talk? Arise, pour wine. To-night thy pouting lips are food for mine. Pour wine rose-coloured as thy cheeks, for this my vows disturbed as is that curl of thine. Beyond the skies from all eternity, my soul sought tablet, pen, heaven, hell to see. At length the Master wisely said to me, Pen, tablet, heaven and hell are all in thee. Now o'er the earth that joyousness prevails, each living heart the fields with yearning hails. On each branch is the show of Moses' hand, and every zephyr Jesus' sigh exhales. The Khan's crown let us sell and crest of Kai, turban and muslin for the pipe's soft lay. Then for one wine draught let us sell at once the chaplet, courier of deceit's array. Out on that heart wherein love hath no sway, nor love mad to the witching one a prey, the day that thou dost pass devoid of love, for thee is none more wasted than that day. Rejoice with wine, for 'tis as Mahmud's reign. List to the lute that sounds as David's strain. Be glad to-day, for 'tis to be desired. Of past or future think thou not again. 10 powers and 9 spheres, 8 heavens enrolled, and planets 7 of 6 sides he enscrolled. From senses 5, 4 elements, 3 souls, God in 2 worlds, man, like thee but one did mould. Though silver store the wise doth not avail, and moneyless earth's garden but a jail, with purse of gold the haughty rose doth smile, while empty-handed droops the violet frail. As I the potter's quarter pass some day, I'll think myself a pot mid pots' array. They yet may make a wine-jar I may drain, before to potters I present my clay. Before the grave doth take its fill of me, or ere all my parts prostrate scattered be, O wine, from flagon's tomb uplift thy head, my dead soul may become alive to thee. Stern fate hath blood of many a mortal shed, and leaves of many a new-blown rose wide spread. Of youth and beauty be not proud, O boy, for many a bud strewn o'er the garden bed. Save truth, no law is fit to rule the wise, no life is fit that his command defies. Whatever is as it had to be, and naught exists that should be otherwise. This golden bowl and vault of azure hue full oft have rolled and will the ages through, and likewise we, impelled by turns of fate, like others come, and go like others too. Since God did set in order nature's frame, why should he cast it down in scorn and shame? If good, how comes it he doth break his work? And if not good, why are these shapes to blame? Kindness to friend and foe, 'tis well to show. Then how will he whose nature's good, ill do? The friend whom you ill treat your foe becomes, but kindness changes to a friend your foe. To wisdom's eye what matters foul or fair, or if the lovelorn silk or sackcloth wear, what brick or pillow under lovers' heads? To heaven or hell bound what do lovers care? Drink wine, for e'en in winter you may see the world's wits wine sweat down their necks roll free. How say, broken's your vow? 100 vows than one wine-flask far better broken be. The flowers blossom, vintner, wine bring me. Your hand withhold from acts of piety, these few days ere doom trap us. We'll enjoy the red wine and the loved one's company. We've traversed many a vale and desert plain, and did all quarters of the world attain, but heard of none who came this road, the way the traveller goes, he comes not back again. The tavern prospers from our drinking wine, blood of remorse be on thy head and mine. If I ne'er sinned, what then would mercy do? For mercy but awaits my sin and thine. Lo, from the world what vantage have I gained? Naught. What profit of my life in hand retained? Naught. I'm Jamshed's bowl, but what when 'tis crushed? Naught. Joy's torch am I, what when its light has waned? Naught. When at life's brink, what's bulk, what's Nishapur? What's sweet or bitter when the cup brims o'er? Drink wine, for many a moon will wax and wane, through changing months when we are here no more. A cup of rubies pure give, Saki, pray, that my heart's fire its liquid may allay, while reason, boy, shall grasp my spirit's rein, still on the skirt of wine my hand shall stay. Devotion profits not the devotee, for practice, Saki, proves it certainly. The flowing beaker fill, boy, quickly, for whatever is from eternity. He who earth, sky, and heaven did array, full many a scar on grieving hearts doth lay, and many a ruby lip and musky tress hath buried in earth's treasure chest of clay. O fools, the world's allurements do not buy, since ye know her conditions certainly. Your precious lifetime give not to the winds. Haste to drink wine, and to the loved one fly. O my companions, nourish me with wine. This amber-hued face makes like rubies shine. When I am dead, wash me with wine, and shape my coffin planks from timber of the vine. The day they girthed the coursers of the sky, the Pleiads decked and Jupiter on high, this lot of ours was writ in fate's divan. Why blame us, since heaven wrought our destiny? Alas! the raw oft well-cooked viands eat, the incomplete have worldly gear complete, and that mere boys and lackeys should possess the smiles of charming Turkish beauties sweet. He first in weakness me to being brought, and save amaze to life hath added aught. Unwilling we depart, and whence is this our coming, being, going, we know naught. When o'er my mind doth pass my sin's disgrace, from my breast's fire tears trickle down my face, yet meet 'tis always when a slave repents, the master should grant pardon of his grace. What time before the pride of life had flown, it seemed to me few secrets were unknown. Since modest grown, I see in reason's way, my life is spent, and naught is surely known. They who've become the flower of all mankind, drive to the zenith the borac of mind, yet in thy essence knowledge like heaven's wheel, themselves, heads dazed, or turned and whirling, find. Now that of pleasures only names remain, no old friend left, and but new wine to drain. To-day, when, save the cup, naught is at hand, then from the flask do not joy's hand restrain. Oh, long the world will last when gone are we, without a name or trace of thee or me. Before we were not, and there was no void, and after, when we're not, the same 'twill be. Those who have worn the earth beneath their tread, who seeking him or both the worlds have sped, I never have been told that they this case have as it is, aright interpreted. Since God in paradise hath promised wine, why in both worlds is't banned by law divine? Some Arab hamstrung Hamza's camel once, for this our prophet drinking did enjoin. In Rose time, king, how should a man like me forbear from minstrel, wine, and company? The garden, wine-jar, lute-player better are than houris, heaven and Cows's stream will be. If thy cheek idle be, idolatry and thy cup's drinking is more sweet to me. Love drunken for that reason I've become, since than 1,000 lives 'twill sweeter be. Alas, that riches from our hands have fled, and blood of many a heart death's hand hath shed, and from that world comes none that I may ask, how fare the travellers who have thither sped? Strange all these nobles who high honours have, in pain and grief of their lives quittance crave, and yet they hardly reckon as a man him who unlike them is not passion's slave. End of section 2. Recording by Carol Box.
Section 3 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy. Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur by Omar Khayyám, translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 3, Quatrains 201 to 299. Oppressive from the first, this wheel on high will ne'er for any one his knot untie. Where'er a wounded heart it doth espy, to add another wound it straight doth try. Wouldst life foundations find secure to be, and in this world awhile the heart care free? From drinking wine sit not apart, and so life's pleasures ever find vouchsafed to thee. With rose-hued wine in this abode below, O wise man, mix your earthy substance so that each mote of your dust they give the wind, may wine-soaked to the tavern threshold go. Whene'er the violet her robe's colour shows, and Zephyr spreads the garment of the rose, he's wise who drinks with silver-bosomed maids, and on the stones the empty wine-cup throws. To kiss thy foot, O lamp of my delight, than others' lip kisses is better quite. My hand thy fancy's hem doth clasp all day, and my foot springs to meet thee every night. No room for joyance have hearts filled with woe, thy loss makes hearts else glad, with grief to flow. With thee, I this world's bitter have made sweet, with thy loss's bitterness what shall I do? Since never may we grasp truth's certainty, one must all his life long a doubter be. Let me beware lest I set cup from hand, where's drunk or sober when in ecstasy. My food for soul and body wine will be, the solver of each hidden mystery. Naught else I seek in this world or the next. One single draught contains both worlds for me. Closed is the volume of my youthful day, and this fresh springtime gladness gone for aye. Yon bird of joy named youth, ah! I knew not when he you came, nor when you flew away. With these few feeble folk the world who own, who witless, knowledge think is theirs alone. Be calm, since those, not asses such as they, by them are damned as skeptics every one. With revellers joyous be the hostelry, and burnt the pious skirt of devotee, that 100-patched coat and blue woollen robe 'neath feet of dreg-drainers still fallen be. How long the slave of scent and hue remain? How long all ill or good seek to attain? Though Zamzam's fount or from life's wellspring thou within earth's breast at last wilt sink again. Till cheering wine the friend before me place, no kiss heaven prints on either foot or face. They say, repent in time, but how repent till Allah of His goodness giveth grace? When I am dead, my clay do ye make fine, that my state be to men a warning sign. With grape juice wet my body's dust, and shape therefrom a cover for a jar of wine. Khayyám, though of the blue that spans us o'er, the tent be pitched and closed discussion's door, the everlasting Saki in life's bowl thousands of bubbles like Khayyám doth pour. Since time will have no bounds, be of good cheer, the stars will spangle still the heavenly sphere, with bricks that from your body they will mould walls of another's dwelling men will rear. In wine ablution must in taverns be, for none a sullied name from blot can free. Its liquor pour, for none can now repair, so torn it is, our veil of modesty. In hope a lifetime to the winds I gave, nor one glad day of that time did I have, from which I fear lest fate give not enough of time to take the justice that I crave. In life's affairs one should on guard remain, and speech concerning worldly things restrain. Be as one lacking tongue and eye and ear, while ear and tongue and eye you still retain. Whoso is now of half a loaf possessed, himself to shelter hath a little nest. Who slaves for none, nor is by any served, let him be glad, for he hath this world's best. Naught adds my service to thy majesty, and my past sin abateth naught from thee. Then pardon and retract not, since I know thou'rt slow to blame, and swift in clemency. The juice of grapes may my hand ever bear, and my heart ever long for Houri fair. They say, God give thee penitence. He'll not. Far be't from me. Repentance I forswear. Alas! that book and pulpit hands like mine should touch, that hold the flask and cup of wine. Zealot, thou'rt dry, and I a lover moist. I ne'er heard wet would catch that fire of thine. None in this world attains a rose-cheeked fair, till in his heart fate driven the thorn he wear. See in this comb, until 100 teeth were cut, it ne'er might touch the loved one's hair. When we depart the world is not distressed, nor one pierced of 100 pearls possessed. Alas! 100,000 subtle thoughts from people's ignorance die unexpressed. Nor hot nor cold, the air breathes sweet today, and clouds have washed the rose cheek's dust away. And ever to pale rose the nightingale, "Thou must drink wine," in ecstasy doth say. Ere you the blows of darkling fate sustain, bid them to bring you rose-hued wine to drain. You are not gold, O heedless dolt, that men hide you in earth and then dig up again. My coming brought no profit to the sky, my going adds not to its majesty or pomp, for none have my 2 ears e'er heard, coming or going, the true reason why. To heavy hearts is wine both plume and wing. Wine, beauty's mark to wisdom's cheek doth bring. All Ramazan no drop we've drunk. 'Tis past, the festal night comes, Shawwal ushering. No night but all bewildered is my soul, and down my breast tears big as pearls do roll. My head from grieving is not filled with wine, for none when 'tis upset can fill the bowl. Why will you life in self-adornment spend, or is and is not strive to comprehend? Drink! Since death presses at life's heels, 'tis best in dreams or drink it pass on to the end. Deluded, some fall in their vanity, some seeking houris that are said to be. But when the veil fate lifts, it will be seen how far they've fallen from thy way, far from thee. In heaven, they say, dwell dark-eyed houris fair, and that pure wine and honey will be there. If wine and women we love here, 'tis right, since all the same's the end of the affair. My soul in this net drawn, time and again, shamed of her earth-mate, to be free is fain. Methought to break this jail did not my foot law's stirrup holding from the stones restrain. Wine pour, to dance a mountain 'twould incline, lacking indeed is he who lacketh wine. It is the soul to animate this frame, how would you bid me then the cup decline? They've seen the moon of Ramazan, they say, then for a month from drink I'll turn away, and next Sha'ban's end so much wine I'll pour that drunk they'll find me till the festal day. Life's vintage, now mere dregs, now clear doth run. We sackcloth wear, and silken garb anon. All this is of small moment to the sage, of slight account, since death is coming on. None the eternal secrets e'er can trace, nor one step, foot, beyond his nature place. From pupil to the master I behold those born of woman, weak in every case. The world crave less, and live contentedly. Of earthly good and evil cut the tie. Be light of heart, as are these circling skies. A little while they stay, and then pass by. There will be at the rising, they pretend, A parleying, and hasty our dear friend. From perfect goodness naught save good can come. Be light of heart, 'twill be well in the end. 1,000 devotees, one cup of wine is worth, and one wine draught the realm of Chin. Its bitter is 1,000 sweet lives worth. What sweeter on the face of earth hath been? O soul, seek not the frail one's company, and cease with love affairs engrossed to be. Frequent the doorways of the dervishes, then the elect may make a choice of thee. From thought of wealth or want the heart to free, and 72 creeds perplexity, drink wine, for take one draught, 1,000 ills it cures, forswear not then its alchemy. To drink wine, though forbidden, yet this ban is as to measure, company, and man. These three conditions being right, then say, if wine a wise man cannot drink, who can? A one morned cup of wine I'll brimming make, yea, of 2 cups of rich wine I'll partake. First faith and reason I will thrice divorce, then the grape's daughter for my bride I'll take. Cupbearer, since to life there is no guide, better than wine and cup there's naught beside. Of old it is our friend, for no such fire doth in life's stream or cause's fount abide. The sigh that to no friend escapes from me, the word that to no mate could spoken be, if I found any heard excepting thee, in truth I should expire instantly. Than Jamshed's bowl thy cheek, boy, is more fair, than life eterne thy ways death better were. To every dust mote of thy foot that lights my face 10 myriad suns could not compare. Boy, of that wine that is my faith and soul, a cup, for 'tis of my sweet life the whole. If it is not your wont to quaff its juice, 'tis mine with sweetheart fair to drain the bowl. What time the rising dawn's blue light doth shine, your hand should grasp the goblet of pure wine. They say the truth tastes bitter in the mouth. It must be truth is wine then, by this sign. 'Tis time when earth its tender verdure wears, and Musa like froth on the bough appears. The clouds open their eyes in vernal showers, and Jesus breathing ones the earth uprears. Thy body burden not with toil and pain, white silver store or yellow gold to gain. The foe will feast on thee, then feast with friends, or ever thy warm breath wax cold again. Each draught the cupbearer pours on the clay its fire of grief in some eye doth allay. Praise Allah that you see, wine is a juice that takes your 100 pangs of heart away. Friends, when in concord ye meet, and whene'er the cupbearer the Magian wine doth bear, delighting in each other's charms, oh, see a helpless one ye think on in your prayer. Not once has heaven been kind in my affairs, nor in my favour with sweet voice declares. No day breathe I in joy that I'm not given into the clutches of 100 cares. If in 2 days a loaf of bread one gain, and water from a broken jar can drain, why take commands of one less than yourself, or why to serve one like yourself remain? While moon and Venus circle in the sky, better than ruby wine I naught espy. I wonder at the wine sellers, for they, better than that they sell, what will they buy? Those strong in virtue and of learning deep, whose merits joined lights for their fellows keep, have found no way out of this darksome night. They've told their tale, and then gone back to sleep. The heavens above from cloud shower eglantine. You'd say that blossoms rained upon the green. In lily cups I'll turn rose-coloured wine, since, violet-hued, the clouds pour jessamine. My aged head by love of thee is caught, else why my hand and cup together brought? My sweetheart broke the vows of reason born, and time hath torn the garment patience wrought. I'm not the man whom death doth fill with fear, than half than this to me hath more of cheer. To me life is a loan that God hath made, and I'll repay it when the time is here. The stars, that are the dwellers of these skies, occasion much conjecture to the wise. See you lose not the end of wisdom's thread, for those who rule are dizzied with surmise. The stars that heaven for a while adorn, that come and go and back with earth are born, now on heaven's skirt, now in the pouch of earth, while God dies not shall I anew be born. Those who are slaves of wit and subtle thought, fretting o'er is and is not, come to naught. Go, with the wise drink grape juice, for these fools from unripe grapes to raisins have been brought. The sense, which bids you pleasure's path pursue, whispers 100 times a day to you. This moment have in mind, for you're no plant, which when they mow it down, springs up anew. Now Ramazan is past, Shawwal is here, the time of greeting, feasting, song is near. 'Tis time when skins on shoulders they cry out, behold the porters one by one appear. All our dear friends have from our hand-clasp gone, beneath the foot of death fallen one by one. They drank with us 2 or 3 rounds before at life's feast, and enwrapt lie overthrown. When in the mould my clay they mixed of old, with it they mingled evils manifold. Better than this I am, I cannot be, for as I am, they poured me in the mould. Those joyous ones who of old wine drink deep, and they who in the prayer niche vigil keep, not one is on dry land, but all at sea. One only wakes, the others are asleep. My seed they've with non-being's water sown, and from the fire of grief my soul has grown, and like the wind about the world I'm blown, till they at last my scattered dust have strewn. Since in this age from wisdom is no gain, and save the thoughtless none life's wine-cup drain, bring forth that juice which reason doth efface, so fortune us to favour will be fain. When the soul's mistress doth depart this home, back to its origin each part doth come, this lute of life's 4 silken strings then from the stroke of fortune's bow untuned become. Of yon sphere telling varied tales they keep, these fools who thread the pearl of science deep, since ne'er expert in heaven's mysteries, they wag the chin, and then return to sleep. These folks are sorry asses all the same, skins full of emptiness like drums, a name acquire, if you would have them kiss your foot, for they are all the very slaves of fame. On that day when reward in each degree will be, they as thy wisdom will rate thee. For goodness strive, for on the judgment day thy rising will be as thy quality. The bowl-maker, who our head bowls hath made, thus doing his own qualities portrayed. One he inverted o'er our being's board, and to that head bowl passion he did add. My attitude toward thee I will make plain, and that I will abridge in verses twain. For love of thee in dust I'll lay my head, that with thy love I may arise again. The heart a lamp is, lit at beauty's cheek, and though by grief consumed, new life doth seek, like flame with moth the heart is, one should say, for thus the sore, with burning, fire doth take. Companions, when ye meet as ye agree, your friend ye needs must pledge in memory, and when together wholesome wine ye drink, and my time comes, turn down a glass for me. At first such grace and favour why didst show, delights and blandishments on me bestow, and now thou strivest to afflict my heart, what wrong I may have done I fain would know. Those hither come that in ambition vie, distraught by drink, pleasures, and luxury, the goblet drain, and silent in the earth, wrapped in the sleep of naught, together lie. Of Fortune's bounty thy full portion seize, take cup in hand, on joy's couch sit at ease. God recks not of obedience or sin, take of the world thy fill, as thou dost please. Since heaven increases nothing but our pain, and gives naught that it takes not back again, the unborn ne'er would hither come if they but knew what we at Fortune's hands sustain. Why of existence have a care, O friend? With idle thought thy heart and soul to rend? Live blithely, let the world glide merrily, they ne'er consulted thee about the end. Yon dwellers in the tombs are dust and clay, escaped from self, of all things witless they, their every atom scattered, wide, alas! What a mirage they make till Judgment Day. O heart, suppose all worldly goods thy dower, adorned with verdure be thy pleasure's bower, then on that verdure like the dew at night resting, and vanished in the morning hour. Heed not traditions nor the law divine, withhold from none the morsel that is thine, none slander, nor afflict thou any heart, I warrant thee the world beyond. Bring wine! Through Fortune's shifts that for the vile doth care, 100 griefs and pains through life I bear, like heart-closed bud within life's rosary, like time-scarred tulip that doth blood spots wear. Youth is the better time in which to taste pure wine by comely stripling's presence graced. As this vain world was ruined by a flood, 'tis best in it be drunk, by wine laid waste. The world's astir and mad in quest of thee, bare before thee stand wealth and poverty. To all thou speakest, but each ear is deaf, with all art present, but no eye can see. With churl ill-bred and stupid best beware you drink not, for he'll bring a deal of care. The night of joy, noise, drinking, brawl, next day his headaches and excuses you will bear. Since there's no scaping what the stars decree, fret not so much in seeking vanity, nor on thy heart so great a burden place, to leave it and pass on the end will be. Drink pure wine, soul, when roses scent the air, toasting the graceful, heart alluring fair. Wine is the grape's blood, and 'tis lawful made. Drink my sweet vintage, doth the grape declare. Are you depressed? Then take of Bang a grain, and next a pint of rose-hued grape juice drain. Sufi you are? Nor eat of this nor that? Go, feast on stones, since stones your fare remain. In the bazaar I saw but yesterday a potter pounding hard a lump of clay. The clay cried out to him in mystic tones, I once was like thee, treat me gently, pray. One wine draught's better than the realm of Jam, the cup's perfume than food of Miriam. Ah, sweet Topaz sighs at break of dawn than songs of Bu Said and Bin Adam. Hid in the circle of the heavenly vast, a cup that all must drink in turn is placed. Sigh not when thy time comes, but gladly drink, for then it is thy turn the cup to taste. Though thy years 2, 3, or 10,000 be, from this old house they'll helpless carry thee. Then be thou king or beggar of bazaar, these both at the same price the end will see. Abandon wife and child if him you'd find, from self cut bravely bonds to self that bind. The things of earth but clog you on your way, how fare with them? Free them and leave behind. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janny Meisberger, Gig Harbor, Washington. Quatrains of Omar Khayyám of Nishapur by Omar Khayyám. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 4, Quatrains 300 to 401. O heart, since earth's truth is illusion vain, why so distressed in lasting grief and pain? Bear trouble, bow to fate. Once gone, the pen for thee will never trace the scroll again. Where's one returned of all who went before? To us the long road's secret to tell o'er? Take care in this house, 'tis but metaphor, that naught you leave, for your return no more. This sphere that makes to none its secrets plain, hath thousands like Mahmud and Aiz slain. Drink, for the fates to no one twice give life, for none who leaves the world returns again. Thou who surpasseth all earth's kings in might, know'st thou when wine can make the spirit bright? On Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, morn and night. O ogling, sweet, inconstant, and fair maid, be still, 1,000 troubles are allayed. Thou bidst me look not on thee. This command is as if hold awry, spill not, were said. In taverns better I commune with thee, than far from thee in mosques feign piety. O thou of all created first and last, if thou wilt burn, if thou wilt cherish me. When wine thou drink'st, wit's outcast do not be, thy mind the dwelling of insanity. Wouldst have its ruddy juice allowed to thee? Restrain thy wrath, seek no man's injury. With fair maid and red wine by marge of rill, of joy and mirth the while I take my fill. I was not, but I am, and yet will be. I have drunk, and drink now, and will drink still. Seek thou with wise and worthy men to be, 1,000 leagues from worthless people flee. Drink poison that the wise give, but refuse the antidote a fool doth offer thee. A bird flown from the mystic world am I, that from below to heights above might fly. Since here I find no worthy confidant, I go by the same door I entered by. That abstinence from her could never be. God ordered, and then bade me from her flee. 'Twixt these commands we mortals stand perplexed, as bidden, hold awry, spill not, were we. They're gone, and none returns to tell to thee of those passed on the veil's deep mystery. Thy needs, not texts, but true prayer will reveal. Mere play is prayer without sincerity. Go! On earth's face, in heaven's face, high in air, fling dust. Drink wine, and woo the sweet-faced fair. What time is there for worship? What for prayer? For none of all those gone returneth e'er. If I thy service pearl did never thread, nor sin's dust ever wiped from off my head, for all this of thy mercy I have hope, because that 1 is 2 I ne'er have said. Whenever grief thy heart's attendant be with self-affairs in deep perplexity, the case thou shouldst seek of some other heart, so full contentment shall result to thee. Our drinking habit we've begun anew, and to the 5 prayers have we said adieu. Where'er the goblet is, our necks stretched out, just like the necks of bottles you may view. Joy seek not, for life's sum is but a sigh. Each mote is from dust of a jam or kai. The world's case and the root of this life is a dream, vain phantasm in a breath passed by. In truth, and not by way of simile, heaven plays the game, and it's mere puppets we. In sport, moved on life's chessboard, one by one, we reach the chess box of nonentity. What is this fleeting life, dost ask of me? Were I to tell, its story long would be. 'Tis but a breath, felt, wafted from some sea, and then blown back to depths of that same sea. My loved one, be her life long as my pain, to-day began to favour me again. She glanced at my sad eyes, and passed, as if to say, do good, and cast it on the main. I pressed my lip in yearning to the urn, thereby the means of length of life to learn, and lip to my lip placed, it whispered low, drink, for to this world you will ne'er return. The thorn that bends 'neath every creature's tread may spring from some love's curl, fair brow of maid, and every tile on palace battlement some vizier's finger be, or sultan's head. Thou sayest, rise, hold, as in naught's lair I lay, bide in the world, from its strife far away. Now I'm bewildered quite by thy command, as if thou, hold awry, spill not, didst say. O thou who all men's secret thoughts dost know, in case of need whose succour dost bestow, O Lord, give me repentance, and forgive, thou from whom penitence and pardon flow. I saw a bird perched on the wall of Tus. Before her lay the skull of King Caius, and thus she moaned, Alas, where sound thy bells? Where the alarums of thy drums profuse? Seek not the forecast of futurity, nor ask of aught that comes, since it must flee. This ready money moment count as gain. Reck not of past, nor ask of times to be. To start yon golden bowl its course who made, Earth's solid base, how end thus firmly laid, by learning's touchstone ne'er will be assayed, nor ever in conjecture's scales be weighed. My ignorance I expose how frequently. My heart is saddened in perplexity. Do you know why I wear the Magian belt? 'Tis of my Moslemism ashamed am I. Khayyám, rejoice if overcome with wine, thou with a tulip-cheeked one dost recline. Since all things end in naught, rejoice, and think how 'twould be wert thou dead, whilst life is thine. Last night I went into a pottery. 2,000 pots did silent speaking see. The potter, buyer, seller, where are they? One of the vessels cried out suddenly. Wine that blessed Kaiser God securely, life's water is, and its Elias eye. The food of heart and soul I call it, for God says, a boon 'tis to humanity. Though 'tis forbidden, yet drink wine for aye, with lute and minstrelsy both night and day, and of its ruby liquor spill a drop, and drain all that remains then, if you may. By mead and stream, when roses scent the air, be with thy friends, and mate as houri fair. Bring forth the cup, for those who drink at dawn give mosque nor synagogue nor thought nor care. Wouldst thou attain the stage of mystery? See that to none thou dost injury. Brood not o'er death, nor fret for daily bread, for both in their own time will come to thee. My virtues singly note. By the half-score my faults forgive. Past sins, O God, pass o'er. O let not whiff and gust thy wrath's flame fan. By Allah's prophets' dust I grace implore. How long let future ill your heart depress? Far-seeing people's portion is distress. Be blithe. Let not the world weigh down your heart. To fret will make your lot no more, no less. There is a cup creative wisdom makes, that from love's care 100 graces takes. Yet this frail urn the potter of the world so shapes, that on the ground in pieces breaks. Wine in the crystal is a subtle sprite, and in the flask it is a fluid bright. No heavy wits are fit to be my friends, save wine flasks, which are heavy and yet light. Thou, knowing naught of bread or salt, the tie still flay'st me like a fish, O wheel on high. By woman's wheel, since all mankind is clothed, 'tis better far than thou, wheel of the sky. If roses be not ours, behold the thorn, and darkness, if comes not the light of morn. And if we lack the vestment, cell, and shake, behold bell, church, and girdle to adorn. Thou of the final fire art not afraid, nor cleansing in contrition's stream hast made. I fear, when death's blast puts out thy life-lamp, that earth will spurn thee in her bosom laid. Lo! dawn appears, and rends night's robe in twain. Why grieve? Arise, the draught of morning drain. O sweetheart, drink, for many a breaking dawn will look for us when we are dust again. How long we'll prate of all eternity? 'Tis past my science and my theory. Wine has no substitute in time of joy. 'Tis wine for every riddle turns the key. Of God your Maker, merciful in sway, despair not for your sins, though great be they. For though to-day you die in a debauch, he will absolve your crumbling bones next day. Thy course contents me not, O wheel on high. Free me, unsuited to thy destiny. If thou dost favour fools and witless ones, I too am such, nor worth nor wit have I. This form of life is pictured fantasy. Who knows this not, unknowing quite is he. Sit, drain the wine-cup, and be gay and free from these, the figments of vain imagery. Love in perfection and charmer fair, heart full of speech, though tongue be speaking near. What is more strange on earth, O Lord, than this? I thirst. A limpid stream flows by me there. At all times drain the brimming cup, and free your mind from grieving vain. Delighted be with the grape's daughter sitting, though forbid far better than her lawful mother she. Some wine, and be its trickling murmur made to bulbul's song, nightingale's serenade. Wine ne'er would gurgle from the flagon's throat, if right were drinking without music's aid. Questioning will not solve truth's mystery, no, nor will money spent, nor property. Till rent thy soul, thou drink'st blood 50 years the way from words to states, they'll not show thee. Up from earth's centre, e'en to Saturn's throne, I solved all problems of the heavenly zone. From bonds of fraud and artifice leaped out, and every barrier burst, save death's alone. 'Tis well with cup to fill the heart with glee, and count as little has been and to be. This borrowed soul a prisoner here below, a while from reason's bondage we'll set free. The moment when at death's behest I flee, and like a leaf I fall from being's tree, the world in my heart's joy I'll sift away ere dustmen in their sieves to dust turn me. This wheel of heaven, which we amazed discern, is like a Chinese lantern, as we learn. The sun the lamp, the world the lantern is, and we like figures are that on it turn. O Lord, it was Thou whom I clay didst need. What should I do? And of my silk and wool didst spin the thread. What should I do? All good and bad that from my being come, it was Thou who didst write upon my head. What should I do? Friend, let us not the morrow's fears forecast. Come, profit by this moment while it last. To-morrow this old inn we'll quit, and be the comrades of 7,000 ages past. No moment while you may refuse wine's aid, for by it reason, heart, and faith are stayed. Had Iblis drunk one drop, to Adam he 2,000 salutations would have made. The door of hope I've shut to self, that so favours I may escape from high and low. I've but one friend who takes my hand. I know that which I am, and he doth know. A measure dance. While we clap hands, arise. Wine flown, we drink to thy Narcissus eyes. In 20 cups is not so much delight, but in 80 amazing pleasure lies. By circling heaven I'm saddened constantly, and with my own base nature vexed am I, wit lacking from the world to sit apart, and wanting wisdom free from earth to fly. Upon earth's carpet sleepers I espy, and others hidden underneath descry. And those gone or not come I see where'er I view the desert of nonentity. Of sin I reck not, since I trust thy grace, nor with thy care the toilsome way I trace. And I rate not the black book at a grain, so that thy favour shall make white my face. Think not of fear to leave the world have I, nor dying, nor that thence the soul should fly. Since death is certain, that I do not dread. 'Tis my ill living makes me fear to die. How long mere slaves of petty prudence be? What if we live a day or century? Wine bring us in the bowl, or ever we become but wine-jars in the pottery. You and I to twin compasses compare, O soul. One body, though 2 heads we bear. We circle now around a central point, till we at last again united are. How long, O stupid zealot, wilt thou chide, that ever wine-flown we in taverns bide? Thou sadly wear'st thy beads, pretence, deceit. With sweetheart, song, and wine we're satisfied. I fight with my desires continually. What shall I do? And my own deeds bring constant shame to me. What shall I do? Suppose that of thy kindness thou forgive. For this my shame thou didst my actions see. What shall I do? Since in this world no resting place have we, sans wine and sweetheart, folly 'twere to be. How long, O wise man, prate of old or new? When I am dead, what's old or new to me? Although to mosque I've come with humble air, by gracious Allah, I've not come for prayer. One day I stole a prayer mat, which worn out time and again still thither I repair. No more let fortune's changes bring us pain, from aught save sparkling red wine we'll abstain. The world's our murderer, and wine its blood. Why should we not that murderer's heart's blood drain? I'll bear 100 scoffs for thy dear sake, or pay the debt if I this promise break. Though life suffice thy cruelties, 'twere less than what till judgment I would undertake. In being's circle we have come too late, and fallen quite from manhood's high estate. And since life moveth not to our desire, would 'twere to end, for we are satiate. Since earth's but phantasm, I'll fantastic be, naught think of, save bright wine and revelry. They say, God give thee penitence. He'll not give it, and I would not repent. Did he? When at the foot of death I am laid low, and when his hand doth my plucked plumage strew, naught of my clay, look ye, but flasks ye make, perchance the wine-scent new life will bestow. As in this world's affairs variety I see haphazard placed folk seem to be. Praise be to God, for wheresoe'er I look, my own chagrin is due to that I see. Let us sip rose-hued wine, 'tis break of day, Fame's chalice on the stones we'll fling away, and cease to strive for what we long have hoped, and with long tresses and the lute's strings play. Though widespread as the earth my sins should be, that thou wilt guide, I trust thy clemency. Thou say'st, when thou art weak, I'll take thy hand. One weaker now than I, look not to see. If drunk with Magian wine I am. Faithless, gaber, idolater I am. Each sect of me conjecture holds. I am myself, and what I am. All my life long from drink I'd not refrain. To-night on Cada's feast the cup I'll drain, lip to its lip, and breast to breast of jar, hand on flask's neck until dawn breaks again. What's manifest in life and death know I, the heart of everything, both low and high. But shame upon my knowledge, if I know a state that with wine's ecstasy can vie. Dervish, the cloak of seeming cast from thee, give not thy being to hypocrisy. Go, poverty's old rug on shoulders throw, beneath it beat the drum of empery. I drink wine, but avoid debauchery. Save with the cup, from grasping I am free. Know'st thou why I'm a worshipper of wine? 'Tis since I'm no self-worshipper, like thee. To thee, an adept, I may briefly say what man has always been, a shape of clay. The clay of grief, cast in the mould of toil, who, tasting life a moment, moves away. The wine-jar's lip we've made our place to pray, with its red juice as men ourselves array, in taverns that life we may yet regain, which in the convents we did waste away. The flower of all creation are we, the pearl of light as wisdom's eye doth see. Beyond a doubt, life's circle is a ring, whose graven signet is humanity. 'Tis we with wine who ecstasy attain, spurning the base, the empyrean gain. Then from this body's dross we become freed. We came from dust, and dust become again. If I did eat ere Ramazan was past, think not that with intent I broke the fast. My day from fasting toils became as night. Methought 'twas not dawn when I food did taste. We ne'er enjoy a cup of water drain that from grief's hand a draught did not contain, nor dip our crust within another's salt, but that we mortify our hearts in pain. I go at dawn to taverns every day, with calendars I riot on the way. Since the world's end and secrets thou dost know, vouchsafe me grace that I to thee may pray. The griefs of time we reck not at a grain. We're happy. If breakfast comes, from dinner we abstain. Yes, we're happy, since cooked food from love's kitchen comes to us. Of none do we have expectations vain, for we're happy. No day from earthly bonds have we been free, no single moment glad in life to be. To fortune long apprenticeship I served, nor of the other world gained mastery. I am miscalled philosopher by foes. I am not that which they aver, God knows. I know not what I am, still less my end, since I have come into this nest of woes. The more removed from self I live the more abased I am, the higher soar. More strange than this, that while from being's wine I grow more sober, I more drunk therefore. Greeting from me to Mustapha convey, and with due ceremony do ye say, Chief of the Hashimi, why by the law is pure wine banned, and why allowed sour whey? Khayyam from me with salutations greet, and thou art green Khayyam, say when ye meet. When said I that wine is unlawful? Still, 'tis to the green, as thou, not the discreet. I am the garden's Joseph, the rose said, a ruby dear, my mouth with gold arrayed. What sign of Joseph do you show, quoth I, and she, 'tis that with blood my coat is red. A while the master's side we did frequent, a while then with our progress were content. Here the discourses end, what came to us, from dust we came, and on the wind we went. Pure from the void we came, unclean we go. Tranquil we came, depart we full of woe. With hearts afire, and watered with our tears, and giving life to wind in earth lie low. The earth we traversed Jamshed's cup to see, nor rest by day, nor sleep by night took we. When the sage told its attributes, I learned that world-revealing cup myself to be. The queen moved, I became disconsolate. By harshness fell from knights to pawn's estate. Then, when I tired of king and bishop's game, rook to thy rook I place, and so checkmate. Since Allah's will and mine do not agree, how then becomes that right that's willed by me? If everything is right that he doth will, then all things I have willed must error be. That ruby bring, in crystal pure confined, the mate and stay of men of noble mind. Yea, bring wine, since thou knowest that the days of this dust world pass swiftly as the wind. End of section 4, quatrains 300 to 401.
Section 5 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyam. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 5. Quatrains 402 through 500. Arise, to this sad heart bring medicine, yea, that musk-scented and rose-coloured wine. Grief's antidotes ingredients wouldst thou have? With red wine bring that silk-stringed lute of thine. 'Tis time of roses, and my choice I'll take. For once in this affair the law I'll break. With tender green and tulip cheeks awhile, with wine mid-verdure tulip beds I'll make. Think not I am of self-existent, nay, nor of self walk this blood-devouring way. This being is not mine, it is of him. Who, where, and whence am I? Tell me, I pray. You who both day and night the world pursue, of judgment day are you not mindful too? An instant then bethink yourself and see, consider what time doth to others do. O thou, the essence of all things mundane, a moment leave the thought of loss and gain. Take the eternal bearer's cup, and so freedom from cares of both the worlds attain. Know in this endlessly revolving zone, two sorts of men have happiness alone. One knowing all his good and bad, and one neither the world's affairs nor yet his own. The world's conditions to my heart make light, and hide my ill deeds from the people's sight. Keep me but glad to-day, to-morrow then treat me as to thy mercy seemeth right. To him who doth the world's state truly know, as one is all its trouble, joy, and woe. Since both its good and bad will have an end, as thou wilt, pain or remedy bestow. Arise, moan not the world's inconstancy, be glad an instant, seize joy ere it flee. In the world's nature if aught constant were, the turn from others had not come to thee. O best of old friends, from me do you hear? Of this unending heaven have no fear, but rest you sitting in contentment's nook, and gaze upon the playing of the sphere. While you have power, with drinkers seek to be, break down the wall of prayer and piety. Hear from Khayyam, O friend, this sage advice. Drink wine and rob, but oh, show charity. The world's a body, and God is its soul, and various angels, senses that control its limbs, the creatures, elements, and heavens. All else illusion is, and this the whole. My heart to gladden in serenity, last night my wine-house charmer brought to me the cup to take and drink. I will not drink, quoth I. To gratify my heart, said she. Wouldst thou have fortune bow the neck to thee? Ever to feed the soul thy care must be, and practice faith like mine, to drink thy wine, not drain the cup of worldly misery. These potters who have ever hand in clay, all heedless of its sense, wit, mind, are they. With cuff and kick and slap, they beat as 'twere clay of the bad, that thus they pound away. In this dust world from pole to pole, in sooth, howe'er discerning people seek the truth, the only good in this deceitful world is rose-hued wine and lovely cheeks of youth. Have you no shame for all the sins you do? Forbidden things, commands forsaking too. Suppose you gain the kingdom of the world, what do, except to leave it then, will you? A sot crouched in the desert I did see, Islam nor unfaith, goods nor creed had he, nor God, nor truth, nor law, nor certainty. Where in two worlds is like audacity? Concerning faith and dogma some surmise, some are perplexed twixt doubts and certainties, when suddenly an unseen herald cries, O fools! Nor here nor there the pathway lies. A bull there is in heaven, his name Parween, beneath the earth another is unseen. Ope wisdom's eye, since mankind truly is a string of asses, these two bulls between. They bid me less than this the wine-cup use. Nay, why dost thou not holy wine refuse? It is my love's face and the morning draught. Be just, could there be a more clear excuse? If I or heaven should godlike power acquire, I'd sweep away this firmament entire. Another such from that new heaven I'd make, so the freed soul might reach its high desire. This poor, mad, sympathetic heart of mine, ne'er sober, for my sweetheart's love doth pine. The day the fates poured out the wine of love, this goblet they with my heart's blood did line. Better to drink, with fair maids wander free, than in deceit to practise piety. If sots and lovers all in hell will be, then who would wish the face of heaven to see? The joyous heart keep ever from despair, nor on the trial stone life's pleasures wear. Since no one knows what is to be, we need at will with wine and love to rest from care. Our names from off the scroll of life erased, we by the hand of fate must be effaced. O sweet-faced boy, bring water cheerfully, for in the dust soon must we be abased. 'Tis well indeed of good repute to be, and shame to grieve at heaven's tyranny. Better o'ercome with fumes of juice of grapes, than with a zealot's self-sufficiency. Lord, mercy on this captive heart bestow, pity this bosom overcome with woe. Oh, pardon this my hand that grasps the cup, and these my feet that to the tavern go. The man of spirit wine renounces ne'er, the wine that to life's water doth compare. In Ramazan if one needs must abstain, at least let it be abstinence from prayer. In time when fresh-bloomed roses vendors cry, give order that the wine-cup be filled high. Count not pavilions, houris, heaven or hell, for their existence they will certify. Since with the friend all thy life long at rest thou hast been, as a dream is what has passed. At last life must be left, but all thy days these earthly pleasures have been thine to taste. However much at fate's hand thou dost smart, oppressed by heaven, however grieved at heart, beware lest of pure water from base hands a drop wet thy lip, though a fire thou art. If it be horses, turquoise, arms of war, be not proud of this 10-day fortune, for none bears away his life from heaven's wrath, which breaks the mug today, next day the jar. Drink, for the jasmine oft grown high will be, and suha oft above. Live happily on verge of garden gaily, for full oft that garden verge will bloom when gone are we. O Lord, from care of more or less, free me. O sever me from self, and fill with Thee. While sober I both good and bad know, so make me enwrapped, from good and bad set free. The ill deeds of yon circling dome survey, see earth laid bare of friends who've passed away. Look for no morrow, seek not yesterday. Live while you may, a breath. Behold today. Since in this harsh world all man's gain hath been only his soul's vexation and chagrin, happy is he who quickly flees this world, and he who never came knows joy serene. Till comes to boiling this life-pot of mine, in comfort's bowl I'll quaff juice of the vine. O potter, if from my clay you shape jars, sell them to none save those who deal in wine. Ill-wishers never do their purpose gain, not one hurt done, 100 they sustain. I wish you well, yet you would do me harm. No good you see, nor ill doth me attain. We know not secrets of eternity. This riddle is not solved by thee or me. They talk of thee and me behind the veil, but when the veil is lifted, gone are we. Against our dear lives holding its design, this wheel of heaven doth plot thy death and mine. Come sit upon this grass, 'twill not be long ere verdure springs up from my dust and thine. When from the body our souls pass away, to mark our tomb a pair of tiles they'll lay, and then for tiles for graves of other men within the potter's mould they'll press our clay. Yon palace that to heaven towered high, where, forehead bowed to threshold, kings did lie, I saw a dove that on its battlements thus, coo, 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 where are they now? Did cry. Since every day and night of life for thee cuts off a part, give not up. Happily thy day and night pass, for oh, full long when thou art no more, still night and day will be. Khayyam, the world surveys those with disdain, who still at times rebuffs morose remain. Ere on the stones life's crystal chalice breaks, quaff wine from crystal to the harp's soft strain. O sweetheart, since the world doth sadden thee, and from thy body soon the soul will flee, ere verdure from thine ashes springeth up, these few days on the green rest cheerfully. The moonlight severs the dark robe of night, on such a moment you no more may light. So drink, rejoice, and think that one by one full many a moon on earth's face will shine bright. Drink wine ere doth your name from earth depart, for cares take flight when wine doth reach the heart, and loose the loved one's tresses knot by knot, or ere the knots your limbs bind, rend apart. The veil that parts us I will roll away to-morrow, and with good luck wine essay. The time agrees, and the beloved consents. If I rejoice not now, when shall I, pray? Ne'er give up wine if wine at hand avail, 100 vain regrets else thee assail. In such a time how were repentance right, when roses bloom and sings the nightingale? I'd give my pearl of self for no small fee, nor thy door's dust for Jamshed's empery. My pains thee serving for 10 myriad balms, nor for both worlds a single hair of thee. 'Tis hour of dawn, up, boy of simple mind, and let the glass with ruby wine be lined. This borrowed moment at this transient inn, full oft you'll seek, and ne'er again will find. Lest you Pretence's tavern reach, take care, nor as the calendars perform you there. This is the way of folk who hold heads high, from ever setting foot therein. Beware. Be blithe, for that time will come certainly when 'neath dust will be all humanity. Quaff wine, nor drain the dregs of worldly care, and let him fret who in the world shall be. Assembling, let us all with loved ones sit, and of the time's cares let us all be quit. The chalice of love's liquor let us drain, be all at peace and free, enwrapped of it. O Saki, since youth's season has begun, do thou the wine-cup place my palm upon. The hour of dawn draught 'tis, I've locked the door. O boy, give wine, for risen is the sun. Of love of thee I censure never give, and ne'er with fools upon this subject strive. The wine of loving flows for all mankind. The worthless from this cup no joy derive. My heart's consumed for you. What shall I do, Saki? Than one wine flown, I'm more dazed too. And though some call me sot, it yet, mayhap, is rather I'm o'ercome with grief for you. Thy daily need, since fixed by equity, no jot reduced or added to may be. At rest one needs to be concerning all, and from whatever is, one should be free. This babbling cease, if ye be friends of mine, and do ye recompense my woes with wine. When I am clay, make ye a brick thereof, a hole within some tavern wall to line. From evil trifling of yon glass-like sphere, and shifts of time that for the base doth care, in breast my heart a blood-filled flask I bear, and cup-like filled my cheeks with many a tear. Beware in taverns that we make no cry, nor raise a stir when we are passing by. The book and turban let us sell for wine, the mosque school pass, nor yet assemble nigh. My wine-jar thou hast shattered, Lord, for me, and closed the door of my felicity. My pure wine, Lord, thou hast poured on the earth. May I die, Lord. 'Tis thou art drunk, maybe. An old man at a vintner's I did see. I said, of those gone hast no news for me? Drink wine, quoth he, for many like us go, but none comes back again on earth to be. Life's hidden wellspring thy lip doth possess. Let not cup's lip to thy lip kisses press. If the cup's blood I drink not, I'm no man, for whose the lip that should thy lip caress? That which I am by thy decree. 100 years thy grace hath fostered me. 100 more I still would sin, to learn if my sin greater or thy clemency. Take cup and tankard, dearest heart, I said. Bear by the stream's marge round the grassy mead. For many a slender moon-faced form Heaven's wheel 100 times to cups and jugs hath made. Of old and new wine we are buyers, then sell heaven for 2 tiny seeds of grain. Wouldst thou know where thou goest after death? Set wine before me and go where thou art fain. Who in the world hath not sinned, prithee say? If any man sin not, how lives he, pray? What is the difference 'twixt thee and me? If I do ill, thou dost with ill repay. My body's life and all my strength thou art. My heart and soul are thine, O soul and heart. Thou art my being and completely mine. I am all thine, since I'm of thee a part. Thou, who like ball at fortune's mallets blow to left, wine drinking, or to right dost go, say naught, for he who tossed thee down mid-race, and search, doth know. Yea, he doth know, doth know. Thy light gives sight to tiny insects' eyes, thy strength's imparted to weak limbs of flies. Thy nature worthy is of thee, O Lord, and far from thee unworthy qualities. O thou, my soul's ease, welcome joyfully. Thou comest, and I am not sure of thee. For God's love, not my heart's, drink so much wine that who thou art is all unknown to me. The day that's past from you bear not in mind, the morrow to fret o'er be not inclined. Of what has come and past rest not secure. Live gaily now, nor cast life to the wind. Live blithely, for time will be passing by, and every soul will for its body cry. Yon skull-cap that you see with passion filled, beneath the feet of potters, soon will lie. When they a stranger to myself make me, and but a tale, my life and memory, although the word I fear to speak, would that they'd make my clay a tavern jar to be. Heaven, houris, Cowser's fount exist, they say, and there pure wine and honeyed sweets have they. Fill up and pass the cup, for better cash than is 1,000 promises to pay. If wine you drink, with wise men let it be, or with fair tulip-cheeked ones, laughingly. Drink seldom, tell it not, nor practice it. Drink little, now and then, but secretly. What power, O soul, was it that raised the air? The moon to thy sweet face doth not compare. Earth's fair adorn their faces with the feast, but thy dear face maketh the feast more fair. If I my destiny could regulate, free from concern of good or evil fate, here in this barren life not to have come, nor been, nor parted, were the better state. You see, boy, taper, wine, and moonlight there, and sweetheart as the purest ruby fair. Uplift from earth this heart afire, nor give it to the wind, but water hither bear. How long grieve over cares the fates bestow, with heart-blood filled and eye with tears a-flow? Drink wine, and joyous, strive to be content or ever you beyond this orbit go. The inn I sought with faith of devotee, and with the Magian belt I girded me. The tavern boy, so bade my name, my clothes threw out of doors and washed the hostelry. Boy, wine of red bud's hue pour in the bowl, for at the lip from grieving is my soul, and be thou as I am in ecstasy, at once be freed from self and earth's control. If while thou art on earth the power be thine, no instant live sans cup-bearer and wine, for many have found out ere thee and me, to none does fortune to be kind incline. If thou art wise, be not the slave of greed, nor fallen its prey, a vain ambition heed, nor be as earth's dust driven by every wind, but keen as fire, as running water freed. Since at death's hands no quarter we receive, Vintner, make haste a stoup of wine to give. Let us not fret, boy, o'er our heart's concerns, for these few days that here on earth we live. How long wilt prate of earthly grief and pain? Arise, be joyful as the moments wane. Since earth's face, end to end, is veiled in green, of ruby wine the brimming beaker drain. Heart's hand ne'er touched the ringlet of delight, Content's cup to the lips was ne'er brought quite. Alas, toward night my day of life doth draw, one day to my heart's wish ne'er reaches night. In drunken sleep a greybeard I did see, Bereft of mortal sense he seemed to be, o'ercome by drink, his tipsy sleep disturbed. His servants God doth favour, muttered he. If in my bosom rest a red-lipped fair, grape juice to Kaiser's water doth compare. Though Venus minstrel be and Jesus friend, the loved one gone, joy has no dwelling there. Saki, a cup, for God is skilled indeed, and gracious doth his servants' pleadings heed. Drink wine in spring, nor barter service, for God for his creatures' duty hath no need. Wilt thou hold me in grief apart from thee, or me possess in joyous unity? What way thou shouldst use me I tell thee not. Just as thy heart doth dictate, treat thou me. Pray drink no wine, or you will grieve, they say, and all afire you'll be on Judgment Day. This may be but more sweet than both the worlds, that instant is when you from wine are gay. Saki, that wine that thy red lip doth bear, while I have breath, my heart will give up ne'er. I'm filled with longing, though thou deem'st me bold, yet my presumption springs from love's despair. How sweet in jar's throat is wine's melody, and strain of song to flute's soft minor key. With each bewitching fair and limpid wine, how sweet the bumper from the world's care free. Awake, O man of virtue strong and wise, say to yon child of crumbling clay, arise. Then, heedless you are trampling under foot the brain of Kai Kobad and Perwiz eyes. How long of temple incense, mosque lamp tell? How long of heaven's rewards or pains of hell? See, from all time, what is to be will be. The Lord of Fate did on the tablet spell. Since thy death but a dying once can be, die once then, since there is no remedy. For this robe, blood-stained, wrought of skin and veins, when 'tis disused, why then this sympathy? End of section 5. Section 6 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyam. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 6. Quatrains 501 through 599. Now that the nightingale to song doth wake, do not save ruby wine with revellers take. Arise and come, in gladness blooms the rose, these few days mid the flowers your joyance make. In love's inn glorious is this name of mine, my lot is drinking and to worship wine. I am the world's soul in this Magian cell, my body this life's image is, in fine. Bearer, a cup for heart's lamp fire ne'er takes till at wine's flame a new existence wakes. Out on thy red lips wine, to its pure draught whoe'er sets lip that red lip ne'er forsakes. For me here wine and sweetheart quite suffice. My soul on past or future ne'er relies. Of drunk or sober naught the heart doth know. My quest of both worlds but an instant is. Though thou art high, fate will to dust bring thee, and from soft luxury to beggary. In brief then, avoid ignorance as thou mayst, lest want fate bring thee, do no injury. From your door, Saki, we will never stray. Though you may kill us, that will not dismay. Though from the dust you'll not raise us, our heads we will not take from out your passageway. With pride let not greed in your heart remain, for no one clogged by pride can place attain. Be yielding as the ringlet of the fair, or ere your senses' thread doth snap in twain. Saki, though you were based like walls on stone, by death's tide you would soon be overthrown. The soul's but air. O bearer, bring me wine. O minstrel, sing. The world is dust alone. O Shah, to thee heaven lotted sovereignty, saddled for thee the steed of empery, and where thy moving charger, golden hoofed, sets foot on clay, earth gilded seems to be. The cup fill, for dawn light as snow doth turn, and from the wine that's ruby colour learn. Take 2 sweet aloe logs, make bright the feast, then shape a lute from one, the other burn. When love eternal first my being wrought, love's lesson from the very first he taught. The filings of my heart's dust made a key then for the treasures of immortal thought. 'Tis best all things save grape juice to forego, that best pavilion beauty's hands bestow. A calendar best, drinking, wandering free, a wine draught's best from moon to fish below. Wake, Saki, for the day dawns bright and fair. With last night's wine for me the cup prepare. With loved ones drink we, and make glad to-day, for the to-morrow not for thee will care. O friend, for fortune undisturbed remain, nor for time's changes fret yourself in vain. Since on your body this life's garb is torn, what matters said or done, what matters stain? You, who have not done good but ill alone, thus trusting in God's favour to atone, do not on pardon rest, for never yet was done as undone, nor undone as done. Like an inverted bowl behold these skies, whereunder fallen helpless are the wise. Regard the bottle's friendship for the cup, lip to lip, between life-blood fallen lies. With my moustache I've swept the wine-house sill, I've bade farewell to both worlds good and ill. Should both the worlds roll in the street like balls, a grain, when drunk and drowsed, I'd rate them still. The drops wept, we are severed from the sea. The sea laughed, for we are all one, said he. In truth there is no other God, we're all, though one point circling seems apart to be. How long shall I fret for what I've not got? Or if content or not, I'll pass my lot. The wine cup fill, since 'tis not known to me if I this breath I draw breath out or not. Give not yourself to grief for fate unkind, nor call sad thoughts of parted ones to mind. Yield not your heart save to sweet fairy lips, sans wine be naught, nor cast life to the wind. How long of mosque, prayer, fasting preach to me? Get drunk in taverns, though by beggary. Khayyám, drink wine, for from your clay they'll shape a goblet, pitcher, or a jar, maybe. Lo, Zephyr rends the rose's robe in twain, her beauty bulbuls praise in joyous strain. Sit we 'neath this rose shade, for many a rose wind strewn in earth has turned to earth again. Suppose the world to your wish goes, what then? And this life's volume read suppose, what then? I take it that you live 100 years, another 100 add to those, what then? Know'st why the cypress and the lily free reputed are in mouths of men to be? This has 10 tongues, but silent is, and that 100 hands, and yet ungrasping she. Boy, place within my hand delicious wine, the cup as beauty bright, place it in mine. Give me that which the foolish and the wise as in a chain together doth entwine. Alas, that this my life has passed in vain, forbid each mouthful, no thought free from stain. My face made black by God's commands undone, alas, for deeds that he did not ordain. We stay here, trusting in thy grace alone, apart from sin or merit of our own. For where thy mercy is, it may be that, not done as done is as not done. This is the form thou gavest my being, Lord, and there 100 marvels dost record. I cannot better be than this, since thou forth from thy crucible me thus hast poured. O, thou hast gone, and bent come back again, thy name is lost forever among men. Thy nails together grown as hoofs become, behind thy beard a tail is growing then. O Lord, to thee great and small worship pay. 'Tis best in both worlds in thy courts to pray. Affliction thou dost take and givest joy. O Lord, of thy grace give and take away. O you who to the world's affairs are blind, you are naught, for you rest on naught but wind. Life's bounds are twixt 2 non-existences, and your life's naught therein whelmed and confined. Each morn I say, to-night I will relent, nor be on cup or brimming bowl intent. Now spring has come in time of roses, Lord, give me repentance that I did repent. Study of science you had best beware, and best hang o'er the tress-tip of the fair, and ere that fortune shed your best life blood, best shed the flask's blood in the cup to share. Can you not heart the riddle's secret gain, nor make the subtlety of wise men plain? Here make your heaven with wine and cup, for you the place where heaven is may not attain. O cup-bearer, those who have gone before sleep in the dust of pride for evermore. Go, boy, drink wine and hear the truth from me. You'll find but empty wind is all their lore. When at the loved one's feast, O heart, you sit, severed from self, you're joined to self complete, and when you drain the mortal cup, you are of being and non-being wholly quit. Though I am wont with wine enwrapped to be, why should the people ever censure me? Would that all things forbidden made men drunk, for ne'er on earth I'd see sobriety. O thou the offspring of the 7 and 4, I know the 4 and 7 thou frettest o'er. Drink wine, for more than 4 times I've told thee, when gone, thou'rt gone, thou wilt return no more. 1,000 snares thou settest in my way, and threatenest if I step therein to slay. Thou makest thy law and me dost rebel call, though no wise is the world free from thy sway. O thou whose essence wit can never know, who heedest not the good or ill we do, though drunk with sin, thy hope doth sober me, that is, I trust thou pardon wilt bestow. Were life but following authority, each day in turn a festal day would be. Every one then would grasp his heart's desire, were it not for vain threats of penalty. O sphere, you still do thwart my heart's desire, and rend apart my festival attire. You turn to dust the water I would drink, the air wafted to me you change to fire. In gardens, why are green grapes sour, O pray? When winter comes sweet, wine made sour are they. From wood, if one a lute make with an adze, and it turn out a flute, what would you say? Thou know'st, O sweetheart, though thou absent be, thou ne'er hast, in this bosom, gone from me. Yet none thou sendest, nor dost ever ask what passeth o'er my head while far from thee. Since odds 'twixt hand and foot I could divine, this fortune base her hand hath closed to mine. Alas, that fate will place in the account what time I've lived apart from love and wine. O soul, if from the body's dust set free you soar a sprite in heaven's infinity, which is your mansion, shame upon you then, that you come dwelling on this earth to be. Potter, if prudent, let your hand be stayed. How long will you the clay of man degrade? Of what think you, thus setting on your wheel Feridun's fingers and Kai Khosrau's head? O Rose, thou'rt like that face my heart doth rend. Thou wine, that ruby the soul joy doth lend. O striving fortune, thou each moment art more strange, and yet thou seemest like a friend. Ah, would there were a place to rest from pain, or that the way we might at last attain, after 10 myriad years, and from earth's heart, like new-blown verdure, might revive again. Since thou at first to me becamest a friend, why then thereafter from myself dost rend? And since thou didst not leave me at the first, why here on earth dost keep me to the end? How long, O friend, with body that doth tire, the world to trace with eager foot aspire? All things that come and pass, depart and go, and not one moment suiteth thy desire. I oped love's book to find an augury. At once an ardent one in ecstasy cried, who at home a moon-like sweetheart hath, and night year long, ah, glad indeed is he. With winter's passing and spring's coming on, the leaves of our life's book close one by one. Drink wine nor grieve, the sage saith, for care is poison, and antidote save wine there's none. Last night the cup I dashed against a stone. Base was the act, my head with wine was flown. The cup cried out to me in mystic tone, I was like thee, my case will be thine own. My heart is saddened by hypocrisy. Saki, arise, and bring bright wine to me. The prayer mat and mantle pawn for wine, so then my boasts may rest in surety. If thou art wise, thyself examine, see what thou didst bring, what takest away with thee. Thou sayest, I'll not drink wine, since I must die. But drink or no, thou'lt die for certainty. Door opener thou art, then open, pray. And since thou art my guide, show me the way. I'll not give hand to other hand-takers, all fleeting they, but thou abidest for aye. If remedy you'd find, then bear with pain, lament not suffering if cure you'd gain, and thankful be in time of helplessness if aid to end your grief you would obtain. Thou sayest from malice what thou sayest to me, and callest me skeptic, atheist, constantly. I am all that thou sayest, I confess, but pray, is malice well befitting thee? A skin of red wine, book of poesy, bread, a half loaf, enough for life give me. Then, sitting in some solitude with thee, were sweeter than the Sultan's empery. How long preach, Saki, of the 5 and 4? One problem or 100,000 more? We are but earth, O bearer, sound the lute. We are but air, Saki, set wine before. While bone, vein, sinew this your frame array, strive not to step outside your destined way. Cringe not, although Rustum Izel's your foe, nor boon from friend seek were he Hatem Tai. though ruby lips and wine cup you desire, still following sounds of tabor, pipe, and lyre. All these are vain, God knows, and you are not until you have renounced the world entire. Or Yasin and Barat, why Saki fight? The draught Barat within some wine house, right? The day our lot is in the tavern cast, that day, boy, shall be as Barat's great night. 'Neath heaven's relentless sphere your patience prove, drink wine, since in a world of woe you move. Since your beginning and end are in earth, think now you are not 'neath earth, but above. Although affairs to your wish never go, be glad in what the moment doth bestow, since of all secrets, boy, you are the soul. Why all this grieving vain and care below? Behold, where'er I look, lo! Everywhere heaven's verdure springs, and Cowser's stream is there, and wastes as heaven are. Hell is gone, you'd say. Sit in this heaven then with a heaven faced fair. Seek not friends in this house of jugglery. Bear you with pain and seek no remedy. My counsel hear, and look you do not speak. Mid grief sit cheerful, seek no sympathy. 2 saws are wisdom's most essential, of more worth than your lore traditional. Better eat not than taste of everything. Better live by yourself than mate with all. Do you know why, when dawn makes light the sky, the bird of morning sounds his constant cry? In morning's mirror 'tis to show that from your life a night has passed unheeded by. Give me the ruby, tulip-tinted wine. Draw from the flagon's throat blood of the vine. For save the wine cup there is not to-day for me one friend at heart so genuine. In wisdom though Aristo or Jamher, and though in power Caesar or Fagfer, drink wine from Jam's cup, for thy end's the grave. Though Bahram's self thou wert, thy goal's the gur. A potter in his shop I paused to greet, and saw the master, foot on wheel, complete covers and handles for his pots and jars, wrought from the heads of kings and beggars' feet. Hast sense? In witless ways seek thou to be and drink with drinkers of infinity. Art senseless? Then not thine's true ignorance. Not every fool attains to ecstasy. Take every care, beloved, while yet you may, the heart's grief of your lover to allay. This queendom of your charms lasts not for aye, but all at once slips from your hands away. O love, ere through the door thy step incline, or potter's mould jugs from my clay and thine, fill thy cup from that flagon of good wine that harms not, drink, and then replenish mine. Ere you be drunken with the cup of death, or fallen low rude fortune's blows beneath, some substance gather here, for there, I trow, ill will he fare if naught in hand he hath. Of quick and dead thou makest the estate, and heaven's distracting wheel dost regulate. Though I am bad, of this slave thou art lord, then why blame me, since me thou didst create? O wine so pure and oh so crystalline, so much I'll drink in this mad state of mine, of thee, that all who see me from afar will cry, "Whence dost thou come, O master wine?" A sheik to harlot, "You are drunk," said he. "Each moment caught in some fresh snare," said she. "All that you say I am, O sheik, I am. But you, are you such as you seem to be? If earth rolled in the gutter like a ball, when drunk and drowsed, a grain I'd rate it all. Last night they pawned me at the inn for wine. A fine pledge thou, the taverner did call. Sometimes concealed thou showest thy face to none, Again thou dost existent forms put on. This splendor to thyself thou dost reveal. Thou art spectator, spectacle in one. If earth's face populous thou mad'st to be, than to make glad one heart, 'twere less in thee. To bind one freeman in the bonds of love were better than 1,000 slaves to free. If knowing thou for pleasure of thy heart dost make a soul at peace with grief to smart, go, thy misfortune bear, and mourn thy wit thy life long, for a wondrous fool thou art. Whene'er there comes to hand 2 mauns of wine, to drink in all assemblies ne'er decline, for whoso does thus sets his spirit free of such as thy moustache or beards like mine. If bread you have made from the grain of wheat, 2 mauns of wine, a mutton joint for meat, in some nook sitting with fair tulip cheeks, not every sultan hath such joy complete. They call you bad if in the city known, suspect if you in corners sit alone. Though Kaiser or Elias you should be, better of none be known, and to know none. Ours be dawn draught, beloved, and wine, Saki. True penitence shall not be mine, Saki. Saki, how long wilt preach of Noah to me? Bring thou that light heart's ease of thine, Saki. I'm powerless. To join thee I aspire, and in thine absence I can scarce respire. My grief I dare not tell to any one. O vexed case, rare passion, sweet desire! 'Tis hour of dawn draught and of cry, Saki. Here in the vintner's street am I, Saki. What place for piety is this? Peace, drink, traditions leave, devotion fly, Saki. Idle, whose step brings joy, 'tis break of day. Set wine before and sound a tuneful lay. For this tear coming and departing die, 10 myriads cast to earth like jam and kye. Pray treat not drinkers with severity, nor to the worthy show austerity. Drink wine, for whether you drink wine or no, if doomed to hell, in heaven you'll never be. Would God the world in other fashion frame? And now that I might see to what it came, either mysteriously increase my store, or else from off his roll remove my name. Lord, ope to me the door of daily bread, without men's aid into thy presence led. Keep me so flown with thine own wine, that I from witlessness have not an aching head. O burning, burning, burnt, O, thou to be consumed in fires of hell made bright by thee, how long, have mercy God on Omar, say? For who art thou to teach God clemency? Rejoice, for yesterday thy lot fixed they, secure from all thy clamours yesterday. Be jocund, for they, lacking thine accord, did yesterday thy morrow's fate array. I'd ne'er have come could I have had my say. If mine were going, when should I go, pray? Were it not better in this world of dust, neither to come, nor be, nor go away? A flask is man, the soul as liquor bright, a pipe the heart, the voice therein the sprite. Know you what man of clay is, O Khayyam? A magic lantern, and in it a light. To all churls something you give, sphere on high. Warm baths, mills, watercourses you supply. The upright pledge their goods for evening bread. Perhaps you'd give a puff for such a sky. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyám. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 7. Quatrains 600 to 701. About a potter's shop I chanced to stray. At every breath with axe he beat away at earth. If dullards see not, I perceive in every potter's hand my Father's clay. With wine and love, O heart, by garden side, dissemble not, nor in pretence abide. If thou liv'st worthily, thou shalt drink wine from that fount where Murtaza doth preside. Continually by lust of sense beset, thy noble soul thou constantly dost fret. Knowest thou not that the ruin of the soul are these desires on which thy heart is set? O Fortune, in thine acts confessed to be within oppression's cell a devotee, thou givest base men wealth, the good unrest. Save these two is no pearl nor pottery. Thou essence of four elements, to me a word list from the world of mystery. For demon, angel, beast, and men are joined, yea, thou art all thou dost appear to be. Would you that all mankind approve of you, accepted of the many and the few? Speak ill of none, so be in good repute with true believer, Christian, and with Jew. O sphere, say truly what I've done to thee, that in life's race thou curb'st me constantly. I get no bread till driven from street to street, nor even water, save dishonourably. No longer vainly grieve, live happily, and in life's devious path do equity. And since the end of worldly things is not, think you are not, and from concern live free. Where's Badachan's red lip, that ruby rare, that fragrant wine which frees the soul from care? They say wine is forbidden, Mussulmans. Drink then, nor grieve, the Mussulman is where? Last night on marge of stream I did recline, with shapely fare and flask of rose-hued wine. Before us placed a shell, for whose pearl forth dawn's herald came, so brightly did it shine. By reason's dictates you should live. It may be so to do that you know not the way. Your master Fortune, hence, his whip in hand, thus strikes your head, that you learn to obey. Love's infidels, not Mussulmans we are, and ants are we from Solomon afar. Seek from us sallow cheeks and garments torn, elsewhere's the muslin seller's gay bazaar. Nothing but smoke by this sect's fire is made, and hope of weal from any is gainsayed. Compelled by hand of fate, I lift my hands and clutch the skirts of men, but find no aid. Though people call me lewd continually, I'm guiltless. 'Tis their fancies fixed on me in law-breaking. O good folk, naught I've done save drinking and debauchery. O heart, suppose all worldly wealth your own, goods fill your home, and bright caparison. Live blithely in this house of life and death. Suppose these few days resting, and then gone. Wine is a liquid ruby, flask the mine, the cup the body, and the soul is wine. That crystal goblet laughing with its juice, and yet like tears that heart's blood doth enshrine. Something, O sphere, to every churl you give, to some, mills, houses, and the means to live. The upright live mid drones who set up shop. 'Twere well, O sphere, could we these gifts receive. 10 myriad Muses Sinai hath seen, and time 10 myriad Isis that have been. The palace stands 10 myriad Caesars past, the dome that watched 10 myriad Khasras e'en. Thy being from another's doth proceed, another's passion doth thy passion breed. Go and within thought's collar draw thy head, for by thy hand another's hand is hid. From lore to cup your bridle turn, incline to Coesar and leave heaven and hell behind. Your muslin turban sell for wine, nor fear a muslin shred, then round your forehead bind. They are but fools who worship mats for prayer, since they hypocrisy's hard burden bear. And strangest Islam they sell, and are worse than heathen, since devotion's mask they wear. Happy the man who hath been all unknown, nor corslet, mail, nor woollen garb doth own, and who haunts not earth's ruin like an owl, but like Simurgh to highest heaven hath flown. The worth of rose and wine sought's know alone. To narrow hearts, close fists it is not shown. Excusable in fools is ignorance. The joy of these delights to sots is known. The heavenly sage these secrets all doth see, doth hair by hair and vein by vein know thee. Grant with deceit that men thou mayst beguile, how deal with him since all things knoweth he? To prayer and fasting when my soul inclined, methought attained the wishes of my mind. Alas, a half wine draught annulled the fast, and my ablution a mere waft of wind. To rose-faced fair inclines my very soul, my hand grasps constantly the brimming bowl. With every part my lot I will enjoy before my parts seek union in the whole. A love that passeth no real value shows, and with no warmth, like fire half dead, it glows. The lover true, for months, years, day and night, recks not of sleep nor food, ease nor repose. Though rich, the toper comes to poverty, and stirs the world by his debauchery. That emerald in my ruby bowl I'll pour, that I might wholly blind care's serpent eye. How many in research a night till morn ne'er toiled? How many a fool fine clothes adorn? How many ne'er set foot beyond themselves? How many a reputation soiled and torn? Each dawn when dews the tulip's face o'erflow, the violet in the garden bendeth low. Indeed the rosebud gives me joy, although round herself closely she her robe doth throw. If heaven deny me peace, come war alone, and if good name I lack, be shame my own. The cup of wine as ruby redbud see, who drinks not, for his head behold a stone. With cypress slender made, more freshly fair than new plucked rose, wine cup and rose leaves share, ere death, as 'twere the vesture of a rose, with sudden blast thy robe of life shall tear. More useful we than you, city mufti, with all this drinking soberer are we. The blood of men you drink, we that of grapes. Be just, how can we more bloodthirsty be? One hand on Koran, on the cup one hand, we now to law incline, now toward things banned. Nor skeptics quite, nor Mussulmans complete, beneath this dome of turquoise hue we stand. Without pure wine I cannot life sustain, to drag the body's load I strive in vain. I am that moment's slave when Saki says, "Yet one more cup," and that I cannot drain. What boots the coming, going of the race? And life's woof found, where will you life's warp place? Consumed so many pure men turned to dust, where in heaven's dome is there of them a trace? I could repent of everything but wine, and every other aid I could decline. I never could turn Moslem, and this juice from quarters of the Magian resign. Earth's kitchen smoke consuming, why remain? How long war is and is not, fret in vain. A great loss to its people is the world. That loss abjuring, you'll enjoy all gain. Seek not at night the people's hearts to smite, lest nightly they pray God their wrongs to right. Nor riches, beauty, trust, for those the fates may bear away, and this very night. Rare ruby wines, the jewel of our soul, with loud lament we put aside the bowl, for so much wine's atop the wine we've drunk. We're over wine, and yet in wine's control. Drink wine, for thy soul's ease 'twill ever be, for wounded heart and soul thy remedy. If sorrow's deluge would engulf thee, then seize thou on wine, 'tis a Noah's ark to thee. The world's a breath, and I a breath alone. How many breaths can one draw in but one? Grateful for life, rejoice! This faithless world ne'er steadfast did abide with any one. Debauched to wine and tavern we repair, hopeless of mercy, not for pain we care. Soul, heart, cup, raiment, filled with dregs of wine, we're freed from earth and water, fire and air. Those who the pearls of learning thread in thought, with fluent speech have of God's nature taught, but none the clue's end of the secret knows. At first they prated, then they slumber sought. Life's length beyond 60 seek not to trace, nor save drunk anywhere thy foot to place. And ere thy skull they make into a bowl, set not from back thy jar, from hand thy glass. The world's no place of joyance nor of rest. The wise man to be lost in wine were best. On sorrow's fire then wine for water throw, ere wind in hand you sink into earth's breast. O sage, mere hope's the morrow's prophecy, and boast of fortune mere insanity. Today is like its fellows, wise men know, for the whole world a single soul must be. Wine is good though called bad in God's command, and sweet 'tis when in youthful loved one's hand. 'Tis bitter and forbid, yet sweet to me, for always things are pleasant which are banned. If one is houri fair by marge of lea, and springtime sweet a brimming cup give me. Though men this speech deem bad, if then I call on heaven, then I a dog would better be. When my heart gets no solace for its pains, my soul the lip but not its end attains. My life reaches its goal unconsciously, but ne'er the tale of love its object gains. The bowl of heaven of heart's delight is bare. I know not in this world who's free from care, and since no soul can live apart from death, what profit in a fruitless world is there? What profit can there be in grieving vain? Many like us hath heaven seized and slain. The cup fill, set it in my hand to drink, quickly, for it doth everything sustain. Thirsting a cup my hand doth ne'er attain, nor doth my foot a solid basis gain. My heart is disappointed in its hopes, all objects of its cares unreached remain. Like drop in mighty stream, like desert blast, another day from our lives flieth fast. However, 2 days' grief I reckon not, the day to come, and that already past. Why art thou proud of house and fine array, since but a tale is this life's outcome? Nay, the wind's thy spouse, yet tapers thou wouldst light. Why build thy dwelling in the torrent's way? Life's worn-out garb will ne'er be new again, nor worldly courses run as thou wouldst fain. Care's goblet broken then becomes joy's cup. Quaff wine in cups then, nor care's goblet drain. Though drink has torn my veil, while life have I, wine I'll not leave. I'm in perplexity concerning those who deal in wine, for they, better than that they sell, what will they buy? How long shall I make bricks upon the sea? I tire of temple and of devotee. To-night I'll pass with silver-bosomed maids. What's heaven or hell? Loved ones and wine give me. Pour sake, musky red juice of the grape, that we in wine contention may escape. A jug pour of this vintage ere the time that potters from our clay their goblets shape. Now Ramazan is come, wine's season's done. Clear wine, our simple want we've quite forgone, and all the drink we've stored remains untouched, while uncaressed go our loves every one. On Fortune's hymn, alluring young and old, untrammelled by your load, at once take hold. But if your hand for the emergency be short, give o'er, for long's the tale when told. 200 snares on all sides thou dost lay. It is thy loss if thou stepp'st in, dost say. Thou set'st the snare, and all who step therein dost catch and call rebellious, and then slay. Thou ever bringest to me, O Destiny, sorrows and still to others remedy. In peace what have I left undone for thee? In war what is there thou dost not to me? Since life moves on, what matters sweet or sour? What Balkh or Baghdad when the cup brims o'er? Drink wine, for oft this moon from new to full, from full to new will pass, and we no more. What time my heart with youthful ardour wrought, few of life's secrets were unknown, methought. Now when I look about in reason's way, my knowledge is as if the known were not. Give me wine which to my bruised heart doth prove a balm, boon friend to those who mope for love. Better, I hold the dregs of but one draught than the world's hollow skull, heaven's dome above. Wine jar and lover's lips in blossomed dell have filched thy credit, and my cash as well. The human tribe to hell or heaven is pledged, but whoe'er came from heaven or went to hell. Each vow we make, we break again, the door of fame and shame shut on ourselves once more. Blame me not if I act beside myself, for I am drunk with love's wine as before. My heart no odds 'twixt bait and snare divines, toward mosque and cup alternately inclines. In taverns better, wise with wine and love, than be a fool the cloister wall confines. That spirit which is called pure wine, they say will grief of desolated hearts allay. Good water, why do they bad water call? Quickly some cups well filled by me array. Is wine rose red, the cup water of rose, whose crystal casket a pure ruby shows? Rubies dissolved in water it may be, and moonlight be but sunlight veiled, who knows? Wine cup and tankard take, O dearest love, joyous through blossomed mead by stream's marge rove. Many dear ones are turned 100 times to cups and jugs by vengeful heaven above. Reproach not drinkers while you can refrain. Avoid pretence and idle talk restrain. If henceforth you desire a peaceful life, the very humblest people ne'er disdain. When all uprooted is my being's tree, and scattered wide become the parts of me, if then they make a flagon of my clay, when filled with wine alive at once 'twill be. Since heaven's wheel never to thy wish hath run, wouldst thou 8 heavens, or wouldst thou 7 count on? There are 2 days that never trouble me, the day to come, and that already done. Wine's drinking's frowned on in society, nor harp, nor flute, nor love at hand may be, and revellers all have ceased wine worship, save the mutasib, who's drunk continually. I've a breath left, thanks to the tapster's pains, yet among men nothing but discord reigns. Not one maund more is left of last night's wine, but I know not what yet of life remains. Fret not o'er worldly cares while you've the power, nor brood upon the past nor coming hour. Drink sweet wine in this halting place and pour. Live to yourself, though you have treasured store. Where's the minstrel, wine? The cry of morn that I may give. He's glad who doth the dawn draught ply. There are 3 things in this world sweet to me: a head wine flown, sweetheart, and morning cry. The rose sweet scent a thorn prick's worth, 'tis true. If wine you drink, a headache 'tis worth too. The loved one who delights 1,000 souls is worth a waiting. Give her but her due. Saki to part, in grief I'm perishing. Where you go to your hem, my hand shall cling. You go, 1,000 hearts are grieved. Come back, for you 10 myriad souls the offering. Boy, earth hath oft grown gay with rose and green, that but a week before mere dust hath been. Drink wine and pluck the rose, for while you look, rose turns to dust and green to refuse e'en. The morning draught of clear wine, boy, give me. Give wine to those wrought to its ecstasy, and tell a crumbling world we're lost, enwrapped within this tavern of mortality. Leaving the world of dust, my dust I strew. 100 friends and foes I leave and go. I with your when and why have no concern, so that in peace I go, and strewing do. Parched earth hath washed her cheek in vernal rain, time when thy broken heart grows whole again. See, cheeks of down, grass plots and wine. Come, fool, for from my dust the grass will spring amain. Many a one hath lived ere thee and me, that earth's 4 quarters hath made fair to see. Thy body soon turns dust, for 1,000 times embodied elsewhere hath been dust of thee. Since ne'er the sphere turned, as the sages feign, would you the 7 heavens or the 8 explain. Since death comes, wishes unfulfilled, as well devoured by ants in tomb as wolf on plain. When bubbles mid the flowers make melody, wine like the tulip in my hand must be, rather than ignorantly such a one the cup in hand hath ta'en, they'd say of me. One should not in the heart plant sorrow's tree, but read the book of gladness constantly. One should quaff wine and seek his heart's desire, for it is clear how long on earth you'll be. The cup of rosy wine in rose time drain, to melody of pipe and lute's soft strain. I tipple and rejoice. What should I do? Go bite the dust, if you from wine refrain? Whole nights pass that we close our eyelids ne'er, for when we breathe not, dawn will oft appear. Up then, and let us drink ere day, to set the foot of pleasure on the head of care. 'Tis dawn. Arise, O source of grace, and drain the bowl of wine, and sound the lute's soft strain. For those who sleep, like thee, not long remain, and they who've gone will ne'er come back again. 'Mid tavern revellers I am chief of all. From acts of worship I to sin did fall, and I am he who all night from strong wine, with heart a-bleeding, unto Allah call. In this world where each breath we draw in pain, 'twere best we breathe, not save the cup to drain. When dawn breaks, rise and drink all day, for when we've ceased to breathe, dawn oft will break again. Our heads are turned by grape juice constantly. There's naught save wine cups in our company. Your preaching cease, O foolish votary! To worship wine and loved ones' lips we're free. Pregnant with life that goblet's frame behold, like jasmine that should purple buds enfold. Nay, I do err, since wine, to be quite nice, is water that a liquid fire doth hold. Deceitful women's chatter do not hear. From those well bred take grape juice sparkling clear. Those who have risen one by one have gone, but none gives token of returning ere. Sots, lovers, wine adorers, we all are, and lounging tavern quarters ever share. Seek reason not from us, for we're enwrapped, from good and bad surmise and fancy far. Although the fates make earth fair to thine eyes, there is one view wherein agree the wise. Ere they take thee, thy share take, for like thee many depart, many will come likewise. How long from man's injustice shame sustain, of cruel fortune fever bear the pain? Arise, nor drink care's cup, if you be man. The feast 'tis come, while rose-hued wine we drink. Up, up, O Saki, from that bed of thine. Give, give, O Saki, pure juice of the vine. Or ere they flagons make from our head bowls, from flagons into bowls do thou pour wine. The cup of wine is better with my love, and tearful eye when she from sight doth rove. Since this base world will not keep faith, in it to be overcome by wine doth better prove. End of Section 7. Recording by Capricia Page.
Section 8 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyam. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 8. Quatrains 702 to 815. Drink to your sprightly charmer's visage fair the cure when bitten by the asp of care. I quaff, rejoice, 'tis well. What should I do? Go, get you hence if grape juice you drink ne'er. Let not things still to come blanch your cheek's hue, nor present things your breast with fear imbue, and reap your harvest in this wicked world ere fortune's favours are withdrawn from you. Toward limpid wine be my inclining still, to viol's note and flute's melodious trill. If potters fashion from my clay a jar, may juice of grapes that vessel ever fill. That day when vine juice bides not in my head, Time's proffered cure would poison be instead. World's care is poison, wine its antidote. I drink the cure, since I the poison dread. You are excusable if you strive o'er that which you eat and drink of this world's store.
all else mere trifles weigh, have then a care lest your dear life you sacrifice therefor. If roses be not ours, let thorns suffice, and night, if for us no dawn's light doth rise, and if our beads, prayer rug, and shike we lack, with bell and church the zone their place supplies. Glance on the friendless, Saki, for God's sake, do you the idol of our senses break, life's water for God's love then bring to us, moonstruck are we in union to partake. In ruin haunt with song and juice of vine, heart, faith, and mind and soul we pawn for wine, with heads awhirl, wine built atop of wine, the structure left but bubbles is in fine. O heart, seek not kind rule from destiny, nor from time's turning high or rich to be. Seek you to ease your pain, it doth increase, bear suffering and seek no remedy. To this age wherein we both come and go, beginning, end, nor boundary doth show, no one can speak the truth upon this point, for whence we come and where we go, none know. Life's mystery as 'tis in our book enrolled, our secret since 'twould wrong, may not be told. Since midst unknowing men none worthy is, not all can be revealed our minds enfold. Though thy head ache, the cup fill of that wine which still another life doth add to thine. Give it to me. But tales are earth's affairs. Haste now, for passing is this life of mine. We've traversed many a vale and desert plain, nor did from all our search one need attain. If unkind fortune once in my life gave aught good, 'twas in an instant gone again. Give, boy, that wine which is the world's delight, which to joy's rose is as the moonlight bright. Haste, for the fire of youth as water flows, and fortune's waking is a dream of night. 'Twere strange if war 'gainst us the heavens on high wage not, and if our heads with stones not ply. The Cadi who sells trust funds wine to buy, 'twere strange 'gainst him should mosque schools raise no cry. Wine, boy, to me is knowledge and good name, although to fools drinking be sin and shame. Without it, since man's business comes to naught, knowledge alone should be man's only aim. Since idly pass yester for yesterday, and go alike toils, cares, joy, and dismay, to-day whate'er befalls you, still be gay, for as this secret comes, cares pass away. Boy, 'tis a world of gloom, the cup prepare, yet save thy face no well of life is there. Of life, soul, and whate'er is in the world, praised be the Prophet, but for thee I care. How long grieve I that from this old cell here nor head nor body things to me appear? Ere I bind on my load to leave this house, Saki, give wine, for that alone can cheer. Your being from the worthless you should hide, your secret to all fools should be denied. See you be careful how you deal with men, your hopes to all men you should not confide. Art thou no hunter? Of the chase ne'er prate, or aught uncalled for venture not debate. With thine eyes the traditions keep in sight when greybeards would have thee the truth relate. This dust was of Bokhara's sage's way, a man of high distinction in his day. Here where you now set foot, think certainly some mighty hero's hand this piece of clay. Saki, since life's a breath, a cup give me; if joy an instant last, enough 'twill be. Since naught befalls to any one's desire, be glad of whate'er from fate comes to thee. Bear thou with pain, and live contentedly, and from the bonds of avarice be free. Seek not aggrandizement of self, nor grieve, lean not on less than thou, live joyfully. Saki, my heart's aflame with yearning vain, return, for you're the leech for lovers' pain, life-giving hope to me is in your step, and while life's left doth hope with me remain. Saki, my heart that knows not joy for woe, save wine-cups this world's pleasures doth not know, give wine, for morning's breath this life revives, and none save Christ knows what it doth bestow. Why, Saki, after heaven this longing vain? Save wine and thee what can in heaven remain? We have both here and there, too, better than thyself and wine, what do both worlds contain? O boy, 'tis pleasant and the moon doth shine, a point of dogma's heaven, so give us wine. You know that death like lightning harvests burns, which whilst you look your harvest burns and mine. I said still will be true the faith of thee to its first aim from all eternity, and yet as earth's foundation stones infirm I know, O mine eye's light, thy faith will be. Thy moon cheek, Saki, life for all I find, enchanting me, bewitching every mind. O sun-like, liquid sunshine's not so fair, and not alone to me but all mankind. Bearer, my ancient friend is good old wine, my faith's life with the daughter of the vine. They say faith and wine-drinking ne'er agree, I drink wine, for wine-drinking's faith is mine. I fear, grieving for you, who's not? O who, Saki? Nor knows my patience your cheeks do. By heaven I swear that you are my desire, and in my heart dwells none save only you. Saki, a glance, for my heart's reft by care, the lion-like have empty left the lair, thou bowl of heaven with bubbles foam'st each night, but now it is my turn, the bowl is bare. Know why I ne'er to penitence incline, it is because 'tis lawful to drink wine. It is forbid indeed to the profane, be adepts drinking on this head of mine. A liquid life is flowing in the bowl, that spirit flows in its embodied soul. 'Tis frozen water filled with liquid fire, a ruby mine in crystal cups doth roll. I'll lay no brick, but foot on tile will press, and henceforth wine by garden verge possess. I'll not burn for each trifle, nor ist well life to the last with evil to distress. O friend, come, and the morrow's care allay, and this cash moment treasure while we may. Our sins exist not save by his command, then why should we fret o'er the coming day? Arise, come sweep the hand o'er the lute's frame, again let's drink wine and strike name on shame. When wine we quaff in taverns let us drink, and on stones smite the glass of shame and fame. We'll grasp the faithless loved one's garment hem, drink wine and good name will we clash with shame, and sell the prayer rug for a single cup, squander and shatter on the stones fair fame. How many patched and rotten dolts there be, who tread not paths of truth and purity! How many boasters caught by foolish prate mar names of good repute with infamy! He who of faith's hope doth unworthy seem, as water clear this doubtful point doth deem, to make God's prescience the cause of sin, to men of sense seems ignorance extreme. The sage drinks not care's draught of grieving vein, and naught save brimming cup on cup doth drain. Let grief be in the heart so wine's in flask, but plague take him who grieves, nor wine hath ta'en. With naught save reason in its way agree, accept no bad friend when good friends there be. Be of contented mind nor self-contained, if thou wouldst have the world approve of thee. No rose doth fortune uprear from the clay, but she doth break, and then in dust doth lay. If just as clouds raise water they raised clay, 'twould rain blood of the great till judgment day. Quaff wine, for grief from thy soul it doth bear, the thought of both the worlds and all their care. Choose flowing fire, for life's water 'tis, that when thou art but earth lifts thee in air. Those who lead lives of abstinence all say that just as men die even so rise they, For this we persevere with love and wine, that they may raise us up in the same way. The feast has come, and things will be made right. Pure wine, boy, will be poured in goblets bright. Prayer's bridle and the halter of the fast, from asses' heads they'll loose the festal night. Cheer up, for new the festal moon will glow, and none in his affairs a need will know. O Saki, if you give us wine or not, know that the heads of all will be laid low. In death's hour, when my case the fates array, no idle words at my bed let them say. When men set at my grave a tile, be sure that they with wine, not water, shape its clay. If of this life one instant is left thee, let it not pass except in gaiety. Beware, for this world's capital is life, which thus drawn on soon passed away will be. Outcast my body poor away doth wear, the home's sweet converse it hath tasted ne'er. My life doth pass and knows no time of joy, the recompense of my term will be where? Alertness, joy, and vigour rise from wine, where drought and cold rise in that soul of thine. If thou quaff rosy wine, thou'lt be like it. Herb eating doth the cheek with sallow line. A man should be, and necessarily, from crown to sole in pain, and constantly love's lesson he should ever study o'er, and as dust in the friend's street should he be. A fever holds my bones, for sick am I, and abstinence from wine my life doth try. Behold this wonder, whate'er I consume in sickness, all save wine's my injury. Youth has gone, horse and foot, and now to me life bitter is, though that wine's essence be. This body once as arrow straight is bent, as bow I've strung with staff drawn joyously. The month of Ramazan, as it comes this year, on wit's foot is a shackle hard to wear. Almighty God, make people negligent, so that they may think that Shawwal is here. You should seek with grapes' nectar love's embrace, far from the world some streamlet's marge to grace. Like roses, though life's joys last their few days, one should wear a smiling lip and cheerful face. Since ne'er doth hand the hem of longing gain, nor to the heart's desire the soul attain, give me a glass and go, for cup unmixed to none comes from yon turquoise bowl to drain. For down that nestles on the loved one's face, think not diminished is her loveliness, the rose in her cheek's garden is adorned with verdure for the spirit's pleasure place. 'Tis base sin now to friendship to pretend, where is man's love, and where a noble friend? The skirt 'tis better to draw in withal, and distant speech and greeting to extend. Mere dregs within love's path the purest are, and in its quest the great as small compare. To-day is as to-morrow, night and morn, who seek the morrow die in its despair. Since 'gainst my will the pen my fate doth trace, why then its good and bad upon me place? Yesterday like to-day regards us not, to-morrow why cite us the judge to face? I will drink wine the while my life shall be, though my world's harvest show deficiency. O world's soul, in this world I'll gaily live, how know I if the next world be for me? The foe who ever evil in me spies, doth surely not see with a vision wise. Into the mirror of himself he looks, and that dead form takes hue from his own eyes. Evil a good man should not countenance, nor should one troubled be for sustenance. Ill motives should not be a guide in faith, nor should one boast himself in excellence. A need to man is learning, people say, in high position ancestry need they. Now ancient things are not, 'tis gold one needs, so sordid are the people of our day. Excuses for the love of thee abound, many enrapt of thee thy paeans sound. Why draw the sword of thy glance, killing us, since for us there are many lashes found? Th' eternal secrets revellers know alone, the wine-cup's power to close fists is not shown. Though my case you deem strange, there's no doubt that the sot's case is by drinkers only known. Those ancient things and those things that are new, each one by one its end attains unto. For this base world abides with none for aye, they pass, and others come and follow too. The zealot's sackcloth I will put away, with whitened locks the wine-cup I'll essay. My life's reached 70 years, if I do not rejoice this moment, ah, when shall I pray? From lip to jar's lip what dost thou divine? Quoth jar, it means that my lip is like thine. At last, when like my being thou art no more, by God's decree thy lip becomes as mine. Those who in learning's matters would excel, alas, the burden ox they'd milk as well. Better the dress of folly they put on, for now for wisdom wine-dregs they would sell. Thy tresses mock the musk of all Cathay, to thy red lip the soul's attuned for aye. The cypress to thy stature I've compared, exalting the straight cypress from that day. Old sphere, each day of thy course, the palm-tree of my joy is uprooted quite by thee. 'Tis strange those undeserving thy snare place, no one should tell, 'tis dangerous, let be. The loved one's ruby lip press close, O wine, since this that thou dost hold is superfine. Cup, be content from tulip wine to part, since with heart's blood it brings her lip to thine. Suppose all worldly needs be granted you, and life well rounded gained the term's end too. You say, I'll strike hand on my heart's desire. You cannot, if you can, suppose you do. Since 'tis man's lot here in this world forlorn to yield his life, the soul by sorrow worn, happy his heart who never here drew breath, at peace the one never of mother born. Suppose by fate thy head exalted be, life's joys possessed in their entirety, whate'er thy heart can wish of gold and gems enjoyed suppose, then passed away from thee. I said, again I quaff not rose-hued wine, blood I drink not, and 'tis blood of the vine. An old man said, Do you speak honestly? Quoth I jest when drinking I decline. No, in whatever course I wing my way, for love of thee whatever I essay, the tears ne'er for a moment cease to flow, until some other point my eyes survey. Thou art come to perform thy sovereignty, bethink thyself, quit this depravity. Not yesterday, to-morrow thou'lt be naught, 'tis clear to-day what will be done by thee. Beyond man's lot here naught can we discern, it is no easy task this truth to learn. Drain then one draught of this pure wine, until no more God's creatures give thee no concern. If I no headache got from last night's wine, drinking by daylight ne'er were choice of mine. Sayest thou then, choose thou to drink by day? Day drinking ne'er to fortune doth incline. Suppose earth, pole to pole, in gold array, and 100 golden stores and gems display, and at the last these treasures like the snow 3 days lain on the waste, then passed away. Lord, thou hast graced that love-exciting fair with hyacinthine, amber-scented hair, then bidst us not look on her. This command is just like saying, Hold awry, spill ne'er. They say I'm a wine worshipper. I am. Notorious and reveller. I am. Regard not much my outside, for within, such as I am, as they aver, I am. In stress and search we've fallen night and day, put in confusion, up and down we stray. Nothing our travel yields save further pain, and nought remains at last save the long way. When dead, nor food nor sleep's required by thee, these 4 mates will bring thee to beggary. Each what he gave thee will take back again, till as thou wert at first thou com'st to be. O friend, in this vain life be not forlorn, nor bootless worry in this world outworn. When life is past, non-being disappears, take heart, nor fret about that world unborn. O learned doctor, if there's sense in thee, look not on worthy folk with enmity. They talk of the Creator and his works, thou of blood, courses, and obscenity. You've neither wit nor worth, O sphere on high, the welfare of the worthy you pass by. You give to grasping men treasures and gems, sphere that protects the weak, well done, say I. O base wheel, vile and full of treachery! Thou ne'er dost turn as any would have thee. O wheel, thy wont the no one's, some one's thus, and some one's no one's oft doth make to be. If I the leaf of life from sorrow turn, wine's laugh I'll cause to bubble in the urn. Arise, let brimming wine cups circling pass, perchance I'll overcome the world's concern. How long wilt thou oppress me, wheel on high? For God's sake use me with more lenity. I'm all afire each instant, and yet thou my burning breast with melted salt dost ply. The pure face that from soiling is quite free, a new come guest in this dust world must be. Give wine, thou co-mate of the morning draught, ere they say, eventide God bless to thee. Sphere, in thy dizzy madness lure not me, think of my vain boasts, thy humility. I weary of my grief and poverty, and of this my own being constantly. Heed not, heart, warnings of thought taking vain, give up anxiety, the wine cup drain, be free, yet bound as one who worships wine, so man become, and thus perfection gain. Love in his pleasant toils hath taken me. Since I have come, get out of this, said he. In short, disturbed by him, my heart so burns, fire, fuel, fuel, fire, is come to be. From others' heart to seek things banned beware, live cheerily to ease thy soul from care. Sitting apart, endure thy grief thyself, and with thy friend desire the cup to share. Quaff sparkling wine with fair one at thy side, from foes' oppression far with sweetheart bide. Sit with a smooth-cheeked maid and self forget, and doff the robe of vanity and pride. Counsels of prudence, O heart, never heed, let self like him from bonds of sense be freed. Sit at the feast of meaning's calendars, quaff wine, live gaily, and be free indeed. Drink, nor thy practice nor thy theory, but God's mercy and grace protecteth thee. That stupid sect that ne'er partakes of wine, all squint-eyed cattle thou mayst count to be. The feast 'tis come, the rose-hued vintage drain, to murmuring harp and lute's melodious strain. With loved one, light of heart, a moment sit, and heavy measure drink, and yet again. O heart, deceiver's sophistry ne'er heed, that pure wine mind or faith harms. If you need ease in your heart and vigour in your soul, quaff wine to music in some rose-gemmed mead. Each mote on earth's face that hath been ere now was once a sunlit cheek or Venus' brow. Blow the dust gently from your loved one's face, for that was once love's cheek and ringlet too. Ere at fate's hand we drink the draught of pain, to-day with one another wine we'll drain. For the death angel in our passing hour, to drink e'en water will no quarter deign. Wine old and bitter I drink all I can, and e'en ere Friday nights in Ramazan, the grape itself made lawful in the jar, Lord, make not bitter, drinking it to ban. Together clasp we hands in amity, on care's head set the foot of gaiety. Arise we, and breathe deep ere break of dawn, for dawn will oft break when no more breathe we. The zealot's coat on wine-jar tops we bind, ablution we've to tavern dust confined. The life we lost in mosque schools, yet perchance within the wine-house precincts we may find. Like fire though we mount heaven's infinity, than flowing water though more pure we be, into the earth we go, for we're but dust, the world's but air, give wine, the while drink we. O Lord, though limitless the sins I do, against my youth and soul and body too, 'tis that I have entire faith in thee, if sinning, I repent and sin anew. I fear that since the world will ne'er regain, we'll never gather with our friends again. While living let us profit by to-day, we to such moments may no more attain. Though wine to faith and law be contrary, from fretting o'er the past it doth free me. Knowest thou why wine I love thus? 'Tis because an instant freed from self I live with thee. Lord, at my low estate I'm in distress, with my sad heart and empty-handedness, since life thou makest from naught bring me into the being of thy holiness. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algy. Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar KHAYYÁM. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson. Section 9. Quatrains 816 to 878. Minor and obscure quatrains. The following quatrains are given here only for completeness. Some of them are apparently patched fragments, some are obscure in English, partly because abounding in subtleties in which the Oriental delights. Some illustrate wordplay, a feature of Persian poetry, but all possess a certain interest for the student of Khayyam, though many may be spurious. Since pleasure's steed in thy way we have pressed, no moment known unfilled by mirth and jest. Alas! 'tis as the door, not known by us, at some thief's haunt that we had made our nest. In hand a flowing sword there is for me, through which will ever be my victory. My foe's heart constantly with envy burns, to me a cup for wine his skull would be. Blood comes forth ever from my saddened heart, and from the eye like teardrops it doth part. Blood from my eyelashes no marvel is, for underneath from thorns the rose doth start. My ill repute transcends the heavens high, my precious life hath 30 years passed by. 'Tis little joy since youth hath passed away, to grasp 100 cups successively. Thy curl to nestle o'er thy face desires, that rebel Turk uprising still inspires. Thine eye within thine eyebrow's prayer niche sits, rapt infidel, to imamship aspires. As in reproach's vale I fain would go, and tend in others' wrong a glance to show. From this rule when earth's ways I see, 'tis well to draw the skirt in, and the world forego. He who so featly would proportion thee, ever hath power to crush thine enemy. Who flagons makes, no Moslem is, they say, to him who sharpens the gourd thy praises be. Go not this way, thence springs duality, or if not, from such wandering it may be. Thou'lt ne'er be he, but if thou strivest hard, thou'lt reach a place where thyself parts from thee. He is no man whom people all despise, yet they count good fearing his injuries. The drinker who withholds a generous hand is a mean chap in every drinker's eyes. From this ass tribe what dost thou profit, pray? Why learning thou not buy of thee purvey? Not once a year thou give stream water, but thine honour filch 100 times a day. I have no mate in this controversy, my own lament my bosom friend will be. Though since mine eye is ever filled with tears, I'll end my grief before my grief ends me. Souls melted all and hearts all blood will be, when from behind the veil shall truth we see. Alas! despite thy wit, the base sphere's course from thee doth earth bear, and from thy course thee. There is no place without its mystery, the heart twixt great and little naught can see. Each sect but follows in its leader's way, save in love's path, where leaders never be. First brisk and swift as wind I'd come and go, ere my strong body weak began to grow. From weakness now, as breath of those who are sick, I come and go, with feeble breath and slow. If, Saki, from thy hand my heart would go, like to the sea from self, where would it flow? Give to the Sufi but a single draught, like thin vase filled with self, he'd overflow. Heaven, Saki, is but foam from thy gifts' sea. Many souls' Kabas in thy quarters be. 'Tis glory the soul's Kaaba to attain. Death on its way is glory too for me. Saki, a glance, for joy is in thy sight, and gladdens souls from gleaning thy delight. And our unspoken mind thy heart doth know, the lover's Jamshed's cup thy heart shines bright. If on earth's face of weapons I've but one, it is wine's price, though that good name hath none. To-morrow, they say, wine's price is not thine, 'tis mail and turban cloth of Miriam spun. My life a good man's sacrifice shall be, I laid my head at his feet readily. If you would know for certain what is hell, a hell on earth is evil company. They come whose faith rests but in fallacies, 'twixt soul and body draw distinctions nice. If on my head they'd place a sore, I'll put the wine jar on it after this, likewise. Lovers, distraught and rapt are we to-day, Wine in the idle street we worship pay, And from our own existence wholly freed, Still in the prayer niche of a lust we stay. With thy cheeks' sweat our wine is filled, Saki. Eyes follow, but the eye may not reach thee. There is no fount of grace save thy red lip, 100 Kaiser Christs thy wine draughts be. Each solace and delight God doth confer Is for the solitary wayfarer. Each by divorce becomes changed as in sleep, Ease gaining doth himself to heaven transfer. Whene'er you find my heart grown watery, You in its corner many a wreck will see. If in the sea of mine eye you will plunge, You'll find a merman there, saved lost you be. That day of this clay house the sanctified Again the steed of their own bodies ride. Like tulip, do not moisten me with blood, Or risen from thy street's dust I may abide. When nature with thy will's in harmony, Be just, though every breath oppresseth thee. Sit with the wise, for water, fire, and air, With earth too, form the base of thee and me. Hashish is better for all men's heart pains, They say, than cup and wine to lute's soft strains. By law, one wine drop clearly better Than 100 bang users' blood thus remains. In the wine-house of love I offer prayer, At her cheek's lamp of fire and melting there, And with affection's wine ablution made, Adore the visage of my idol fair. The bearer whose lips life to rubies give, In his grief heart strength and soul food receive. Whoe'er in his grief's deluge is not drowned, Within some Noah's ark must cabined live. Thou lurkest in the cup, O pleasing wine! Sound reason's feet in bonds thou dost entwine. Whoever drinks of thee no quarter gets, Till oped his pearl in his palm placed doth shine. Those known alike to old and young by name, In streets who beg for bread and water, claim Shiblis are we, and all of us Junaids. No Shiblis they, though known in Kak to fame. Since Saki knows my sort especially, He draws 100 kinds of subtlety. When I pause he gives wine of his own wont, And by the limit of myself brings me. Those who to dignities themselves upraise, At last in poverty all end their days. Poor, poor, they all cry dying, that sect too which goes about in charitable ways. How long shall we men's arrogance sustain, And from base fortune's juggling suffer pain? Cheer up, for days of Taraweh have passed, The feast 'tis! Come, while rose-hued wine we drain. Saki, loud sounds the clamour of our woes, My drunkenness beyond all limit goes. White-haired, I'm gay for seeing thy cheeks down, though old my head, my heart spring freshness knows. Alas, that this hound, eager, flying fast, with which, thy mate, thou goest with the blast, for as much as its heart to bone inclines, its lot the boar's teeth will be at the last. The good guide tells where feasts of wise souls be, and right and left of Rome and Araby. If the unworthy say that wine's impure, how should I list, since God calls it purity? How long of this life's fraud and treachery, Bearer, how long life's very dregs give me? Till from its strife and grief, as but a draught, I pour to earth what left of life may be. Who bade thee bleed from worldly care, O heart? In fate's abode of coquetry to smart? Know'st what to do? Since here's no resting place, as if thou'd ne'er come hither, so depart. When from thy body thy bright gem doth roam, with other sorts of beings choose thy home. Men come and go, and no one understands when 'neath clay what doth to thy body come. Alack! that gaining nought worn out are we, shorn by the scythe of headlong destiny. Alas! since in the twinkling of an eye, unreached our wishes, nought we come to be. Whenever joyous on this green are we, and like yon green-grey steed of heaven we see, with green-downed ones I'll green quaff on the green, or ever under green in dust we be. Concerning fortune's failures grieve thou less, seek grape-juice and the loved one's fond embrace, for him come from his mother's womb to-day, to-morrow thou'lt see in some woman's chase. We are of fire, wind, water, and of clay. In death are we too, mid this life's array. When with us is the body we're distressed, but soul's sublime when it has passed away. To noble spirits, vain is knowledge, say. They know all that befalls, the soul doth sway. The king commands whatever us betides, for all that moves in both worlds, blameless they. My heart, boy, than the dead is wearier, for they 'neath clay than it more tranquil are. Howe'er with tears of blood I wash my skirt than mine eyes is more stained by far. Say not, God's grace is hard to gain, I trow. Speak of repentance, for 'tis naught, you know. Talk less of sugar-lipped sweet youths, for that's not Islam, when one penitence should show. From that jar of old wine called End in Clay, fill, for my heart a great desire doth sway, since earth beneath the clay hath great desire, with this clay of desire do you away. If thorn in caravan's wide waste remain, from wandering lovers' blood it bears the stain. Where'er maid, fairy-faced, rose-cheeked there be, for us then troubles all begin again. Old age bent over totters to its end, my cheeks pomegranate flowers some colour lend, the roof and doors and cornerstones and walls of being's house to desolation tend. As wind to her tress, hard 'tis to attain, and hard on grief's steed to draw bridle rein. They say the eye its own face cannot see, be it our eye her glance were hard to gain. The soul proceeds upon the dangerous way, the body freed of good and bad 'neath clay. Full many travellers will pass over us who, witless of both worlds, to dust decay. A daily happening thou us drunk dost see, in ringlets snared, idolaters are we. The turban dropped from head and cup from hand, head prostrate at thy feet, abased we be. The fruit of truth on earth can never grow, since in this path none rightly e'er doth go. Or feebly grasp the brittle branch, regard to-day as past, as first to-morrow know. Thy tress-tip hath devoured many a head, quoth I. Be still, if thou art wise, she said. Then I, some day of thy form I'll partake. And she, was any of a cypress fed? My highest wisdom thy cause ne'er hath known, and my thought turns in prayer to thee alone. I know thy nature is most wonderful, and baffles mortal wit, since 'tis thine own. My heart to wisdom is not closed, you say, and but few mysteries unknown. To-day, when I view all things wisely, I perceive that naught is known, and life hath passed away. Now Eden's heaven doth but a waste remain, a day's work should 2 garden plots sustain. To-morrow, since the world is bright and fair, how should we bring back yesterday again? Pour grape juice that a beaker friends may drain, and sound sweet song and flute's melodious strain, ere death parts many a meeting. It may be that they our sins will ne'er recall again. Alas, thou'rt gone! Thy grief stays in my heart like campfire left when caravan doth depart. What's out of sight oft leaves the heart, and yet, though gone from sight, still in my soul thou art. I gave, thou gavest, I heart, thou coquetry. Thou art, I am, thou glad, I sad for thee. Thou tak'st, I take, thou my heart, I thy pain. Thou doest wrong, I do bear injury. How long in this unjust world shall we stay, passing from day to night, from night to day? O fools, behold the cup, for from our purse unconsciously existence slips away. O beauty's lamp, by stream and verdant plain pour wine, thy vows break, sound the cittern's strain. Live blithely, for the murmuring water saith, Lo, when I've gone, I come not back again. End of Section 9. End of Quatrains of Omar Khayyam of Nishapur by Omar Khayyam. Translated by Eben Francis Thompson.